take your shots going.
Officer still stands for time? No. Offender in custody?
What's up, everybody? Oh my gosh, freaking Nightbot is just taking over. I fired Nightbot on its first night. Yeah, forget about that. What? Listen, I don't know. I just added Nightbot, little season's greetings up there. I just added Nightbot just to try and help out Batismo quit being a service, I guess, as of December 1st. So I don't know. So I set up Batismo last night. I just watched like a little, I don't know, 7-minute video or something like that. And as I'm seeing chat going, I'm like, oh my gosh, Batismo's taking over. Bautismo, nobody gave you a boot, man. So, or Nightbot. I'm sorry, I keep calling it Bautismo. Nightbot. I don't know. So if anybody is familiar with Nightbot, send me some information, please. Let me know what the hell happened. I don't know. It was crazy to me. Good evening, everybody. I missed you guys last night. I wanted to give the team a night off because everybody is so sick. You go around to the stores, you see COVID masks all over the place. It's like, oh my gosh, people are so sick right now. Prayers to everybody that's not feeling good. There's a lot of you out there that aren't feeling good. I hope you start feeling better. Oh, I got hit. I was going to go to the Idaho trip, and then I got hit with something a little bit myself, and I was out for a few weeks. So I ended up, at least I went out there, Wow. It's crazy what's going on, and I just want to say one thing before I get into the hellos and everything that we're getting into tonight. Even if one family doesn't want that house torn down, why are you tearing it down? Even if one family doesn't want it, why? It's not even next to the campus. It's outside. It's tucked back in a corner that honestly it's hard to see unless you're on Taylor. I don't know. It's very sad. But we'll go ahead and get into the hellos. Anybody that is coming from the Andrew D. Meyer show, I want to apologize. We recorded that, I think it was Wednesday. All up until Wednesday, well, actually Thursday, but all up through then, everybody here at the show knows the internet. I was having to use my mobile hots. I mean, it was just ridiculous. The internet people were supposed to come out Wednesday morning and actually be done before the show. They contacted me Wednesday morning and said that they were going to have to reschedule for Thursday. So I was like, well, do I trust my internet when it'll just literally drop at any moment and then I just wouldn't even be on the show? I'm like, no. But the mobile internet had always worked out not too bad. But I don't know. I guess with that connection, it just wasn't working out too good. But they came out Thursday. Everything's been good since. It has not even cut off once. So that is like a tremendous progress, trust me. So I'm excited for that. We're going hardwired tonight, baby. 49 girl ticket number 10. I don't know where the other tickets went. Aw. Well, that's YouTube. And we do have a lot to get into tonight, everybody. Wow, we got a lot to get into. And we got some upcoming shows, too. We got our OJ members only tomorrow, early afternoon, late morning, and then an everybody show, which is the previous week's show for everybody, because we're going to do it on a week delay for anybody that's not able to have a membership. So that way you can join, too. And we'll be doing that Sunday nights. And then Monday morning, I'm going to be introducing another case. And then Monday night, we'll be back to everything that we don't get into tonight because this is, I don't know if you can see it, but this is just my list of stuff for tonight. So I already know we ain't getting into it all. No, we're not. Scarlett. What's up? Got some shout outs to do as we get in through this intro, and then we'll be getting into the topic of the night. Katrina, thank you for hopping in. Thank you for all your information as well. Mark and Betty, ticket number 12. Good evening. Sorry about Nightbot taking over there. I think you were the first victim of Nightbot, if I'm not mistaken, Mark and Betty. So I do apologize. We got to get that figured out. So what's up, Deb? Thank you for hopping in. We got to get that figured out, and we will. I'll get it figured out. What's up, Dark Fairy 79? I was just like, where's Bautismo been? Like, where's Bautismo been? And then all of a sudden I looked it up, and it's like, oh, Bautismo quit being a service 12-1. I was like, okay, cool. What's up, Just Debbie? Thank you for hopping in. Beautiful people. Moonville, thank you. Hope you're doing good. Hope everybody's not the sick bug, you know? Caddy. Hope you're feeling better. Georgia Freckles. 2 cops got fired in Delphi for cheat. Ooh, really? What's up, Georgia? That's interesting. Yep, there it is right there. Mark and Betty put some fire and some booms, and then look what Nightbot did. Nightbot, you're fired on your first night. Stop spamming. How dare you? How dare you, Mark? How dare you do that to Mark and Betty, Nightbot? Yeah, I fired Nightbot. We'll figure it out. I'm just like, damn, it's that easy? And then what is this? The alias you set the... like, what? What are you talking about? Yeah. What's up, 49er girl? Shout out to you. I'm going to be shouting out that coffee company. Deborah, thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. Oh, you're good. You're good. Ticket number 21. Drink of my coffee right here. I need to get some of that coffee, by the way, 49er girl. Ticket number 23. Dark Fairy. What's up, Iris? How are you? The alias you set this command to be of does not exist. All right. What's up, R-Whip? Happy holidays to you, too, and everybody. Got the little dancing guys there for you as we get to the show. What's up, LD? Yeah, there's more Nightbot going on. Oh, and thank you for your service, LD. Appreciate that. That's a cool-ass icon photo, too. They're calling it White Lung. Thank you. Yes, trust me. We're going to have plenty more. Like I said in the last show, we're going to be having more conversations with CJ episodes too, where we're going to be doing interviews. So many of us podcasters and true crimers always discuss other cases and other people, rightly so. Rightly so. But not too many people know about us, and so I think it's going to be a great introduction to the genre. Something I started a long time ago. First was with Suzanne Andrews. Shout out to her. Appreciate her. We all love her here at the show. We're going to be having her coming up on a future episode, as well as Andrew D. Myers in the future for one of those, and a couple other beautiful guests that we're going to be having coming up for some conversations with CJs. I'm going to keep those in the back pocket for y'all. But it's going to be something that we're going to kind of keep introducing about true crime. And, we always talk about everybody else, like I said, rightly so, but not too many people know our stories. And I think it's going to be a very interesting, if you've definitely check out the episodes I have up, conversations with CJ, beautiful conversations, and it's one of my passions, and so I'm excited to announce some others coming up here soon. Ooh. Yeah, so again, I really apologize to Andrew D. Myers. I didn't know the hotspot was like that, but like I said, we got it all fixed Thursday. You can tell already. I can see StreamYard. I haven't seen any numbers going crazy. It's been beautiful the whole time. It's gorgeous. We're good to go. And yes, we will be doing plenty, because I thought, man, we had a great conversation. And I can't wait to be back on their show again. They're two great people. They're gonna do a lot of great things in this true crime community. What's up, Susan? How you doing? Nightbot, It should be. Even if it was one family, it should be left alone. Oh, you're good. Yes. Exactly. Even if it's got missing floorboards and drywall and come on, you know? I mean, I know how realistic virtual reality is, but it's not like I don't know how to you guys know what I mean. That's why you feel the same way. You can feel it, Even if there's a blindfold, you can feel it. Yes, episode 3 tomorrow. It seems like it's been so long, right? Through March 2024. Ticket number 31. Thank you, Bianca. Appreciate you. Nah, you're good. And you know what? Oh, I'm feeling great. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm more worried about everybody else. Like I said, most of the mod team has been very ill, and I'm just like, you know what? I don't need to do a show. Last night. I'm just gonna take the night off. I got plenty of work to do at the desk. I'll just do my work. I ended up falling asleep at the desk, but anyway, messed my sleep all up. But anyway, got a lot of work done, and they all got some rest. So that's the most important thing. And we're here tonight. What's up, Georgia? Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that. Definitely if you're available tomorrow, or hell, after tonight. If you got more time, we already did episode 1 and 2 of the members only OJ25. We'll be doing episode 3 tomorrow. So if you got some extra time tonight, definitely check out the first 2. And then if you're available, join us tomorrow. What's up, Corinne? How you doing? Yes, thank you for your service, sir. SM, appreciate that. Oh, I appreciate the kind words. Thank you. This was a talk show that was really just a talk show that was about world events, just all sorts of different topics. Wasn't necessarily true crime. And when this case happened, and I heard Chief Fry say they initially thought it was a self-unalive situation. I was like, oh, this don't sound right. What? And then we've kind of became what we are today, and I love it. I appreciate that. Yeah, I can't wait to be on their show again anytime. Like I told them, I said, hey, I do this 24/7. And this goes for any of my guests. Like, your schedule is my schedule. Whenever it's most comfortable for you and you have them, that's when I want you. I want to be able to collab when you are at your most comfortable. And that's the most important. Thank you, Catherine. I appreciate that. Yeah, I apologize again about I had to go off a mobile hotspot. But it was like, do I do that or do I go hardwired? And then all of a sudden I don't have a connection anymore. And they were supposed to fix it, and they never did. They had to change, but they did fix it the next day. So any other time that we do get together in the future from now on, it's going to be like this, what you see right here. Yes, I remember about the red Mustang in the very beginning and someone calling about them cleaning it out. It was, I think, 2 fellows, right, Susan? 2? Thank you, Arwit. Appreciate that. And yeah, I do say the F word. But that's just me. I mean, sometimes these cases, man, it's like the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? You can only, it's like, come on. Thank you, Moto. I appreciate that. Yeah, we were shout out truth and transparency. Yeah, and isn't it interesting the date? This is what I made a highlight video about it from a couple shows ago, because the day that we seen the FBI there, I was like, they're going to do it on an anniversary of when he was arrested or when there was a connection or something. And then all of a sudden, when we find out they're demoing it on the 28th, you know, and I'm like, well, that's a big FU to the defense. Like, what have you been asking for this whole time? The DNA and the connection, and, you know, and what are you're going to demo it on the day that they connected BK to his dad from the trash? The DNA? You know what I mean? Like, to me, that's like a big FU to the defense, to anybody that has common sense, because it's like, yo. So, like, okay, so the defense is only going to get 2 days. So what's the problem with doing it on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday? Like, what's the problem? They already know. You already said it's going to happen. So, you know what I mean? Like, you've already desensitized them so many times by threatening that you were going to tear it down. You've already desensitized the community. So you're going to do it. It's going to take several days. And this is what I'm saying. You're going to do it. This is why it's so sneaky of them. Because think about it. You're going to do it a couple days after Christmas and a couple days before New Year's. What? That's why it don't make sense. That's why I'm saying it's a big FU, because it's like, you could have had this shit done and completed before Christmas. You know what I'm saying? Like, the defense is already done. You could have this thing demoed before Christmas, and you know, the people are going to come back and they're going to notice it. But you're going to wait until a couple days after Christmas and then a couple days before New Year's, so you're going to have to take a break anyway. So what? That's why, if you go beyond the optics and you go beyond what's put in front of your face, and you just kind of go and blow the confetti out of the way that they present, they're demoing it and starting it the same day that they connected the DNA to the father. And that's what the defense has been asking for over and over and over and over and over. What's up, AR? It's a bunch of bullshit. Like I said, Moto, even if one family doesn't want that torn down, you don't tear it down. You don't. And to say it's because, the students have to walk by it all the time, are you serious? We're going to watch some of those interviews tonight. Are you serious? Maybe to somebody that lives in frickin' Massachusetts that never seen any of the footage, or anybody else's shows that had footage, or maybe to them you could say some shit like that, but not to the community. Are you serious? Taylor Avenue, or when you're, at the Sigma Chi house. Other than that, I'm sorry. It's wooded like a motherfucker, and the trees are tall, and it's tucked back in a corner, and the elevation changes from the front of the house to the back parking lot. The elevation is already towards the top of the house. It's like on a hill, on the other side of a hill, and then you see the university. What? We're going to watch some of those tonight. What's up, Nefarious? What's up, Shonda? Thank you. Appreciate you. Whoa, it shows on Twitter. Did StreamYard do some updates or something? Oh, wow. Are you messaging on Twitter, Shonda? Wow, I'm streaming to, I'm going to start streaming to Instagram too. I guess you can stream to Instagram, but I don't know. I got to figure that out. I need to figure out, what's up, Shonda? I need to figure out how to fix Nightbot. It's a joke. What's up, Riddler? What's up, Sleuthy? Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you and all the hard work you do out in the true crime community, for real. Why it wouldn't be available to you. It's, I don't understand. Even if one family. What's up, Idaho? I mean, I'm sure they got all of it, you know? I have to trust that they got all of it. And this is the crazy thing. If you guys go back to my shows, the last couple days that I was there, I even mentioned it in the lives when I was there. If you guys, anybody was in those shows, you'll remember. Remember when I was talking about how it was very odd because I heard like the sound of a circular saw, and I heard like a sound of a banging sound, like boom, 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 and it was when I was out getting footage, and I'm looking around and I'm like, where in the hell? I'm looking around and I'm driving around and I keep hearing it. Even the last day that I was there, when I was telling the story of how I was, it was when I was telling the story of how I was that night trying to drive around Walenta, you know, where you're like towards the, here, let me show you guys. Where you're driving towards, you're on Walenta and you're going down, and there's like a little spot that you can like see, right? Because that's what I was trying to tell you guys. I was trying to get a picture to show you guys that the ladder is still fucking there. But you can see it in one of these clips coming up. You'll see the ladder still there. I wasn't bullshitting. The ladder was still there, and that's one of the things that shocked me when I was there too. I'm like, why in the hell is the ladder still, what? Like, why? It wasn't even moved. And when I'm going around there, and I couldn't get a picture because there's nowhere to park there. And I couldn't stop. I was by myself, so I couldn't stop and get out of the vehicle or anything like that. And so that's when I was noticing that there was that circular saw and that banging sound, that continual banging sound. And as I'm driving around, I'm like, why in the hell? There's nobody doing any kind of home construction in this neighborhood. There's nobody like, you know, it was very odd to me. It just didn't make sense. And then now it starts to make sense, because I wouldn't be surprised, because when I watch this clip, right, when you're gonna see Ann Taylor walk into the house, because this is why I didn't think it was coming from the property, but it sounded like it was, because I was driving around, and as I'm getting footage, I'm like, everything's boarded up. Like, there's no way, right? And then it started, I'm like, I kept letting it rattle, and I mentioned it a couple nights ago. I'm like, why? Why would it? And then when I seen that clip of her walking in, and how that frickin' boarded up door actually opens right there. No shit, they were probably in there cutting out pieces of the wall and removing the pipes. Yeah, scrapping everything, right, LD? Ain't that frickin' nuts? Just cutting through chunks in the wall just to scrap the pipe and the wiring, because they're gonna demo it. I'm glad I listened to my instinct, because my instinct was like, yo, dude, you better fucking go, because it's gonna be gone before this new semester. They have to, Sleuthy. They have to. And then they're being so secretive with all the IGG. Like, yo, if you did all this shit, that should be like your your go-to, it's no matter what, like, yo, even if you're investigating it, because you're going to keep so many freaking records, because not only we heard from, like CC Moore and Vargas about the amount of records and the amount of tests, and that's how you get to the profiles and the numbers and the data. And so you would think that you would be crossing your T's and dotting your I's and like putting it on 5 backups and, making sure that nothing, and here it's the most secretive. What's up, Sunny Days? Oh, thank you. This case is nothing but reasonable doubt. It's not like people want to say conspiracy and 100%ers and shit. It's not like that at all. It's when shit don't make sense and shit don't add up. We cover all these true crime cases. Let's be honest. 98% of the time, you see the facts and you're like, yeah, it says it is, you know what it is. But when there's so many questions that involve this case, that's why we talk about it. It's about truth and justice, no matter what, the right person or persons. Not about, slamming somebody we don't even know. We weren't there. We're not at the water cooler. Multiple at the same time. Is good. Yeah, I could do. I don't have a LinkedIn. I don't. What's up, Unspoken? Oh, thanks. It's just before we get into the show. Just a little season's greetings to you all before we get talking about the stuff. That's what, you know what I mean? And who's to say the sheath was even... That was for the weapon that the person used to commit the crime? Who says it wasn't a gift and one of the girls used it to protect themselves and the person that did the crime took it with them? We don't know. That's why when Andrew D. Myers asked me, what's the biggest question I have in this case? And I said, where'd the sheath come from? Because it plays a major part. Did it come from the person that committed the crime? Well, then it plays a major freaking part. Was it a gift to one of the victims? And the victim was, come on, it's sitting on a dresser. That's why it's not connected to a belt. It gets pulled out, and they don't need to have the other hand free because they're not going after 4 people. So they might be scared and holding it in their hand because maybe they never had to think about using it before and didn't want to set it somewhere. And so they wanted to keep it in their hand to make sure that they could put it back. We don't know. So that's my biggest question. Where did the sheath come from first? Then we can talk about all this other stuff. Because I don't necessarily 100% believe that it came from the person that committed this crime. When I can see it as being a gift to one of the victims and they tried to use it to defend themselves, is that not reasonable doubt? Is that not a possibility? Of course it is. Or that too. No, the math is not matching. And it is. What's up, True Seeker? One reasonable doubt after the other. When we read the PCA on January 5th, and I read the whole thing in the show on January 5th, I don't know what episode it was, whatever the episode January 5th was on, I said then, this thing is filled with holes. Like, and even how sloppy it's written, it was rushed. You can tell with how sloppy it was written. You're gonna tell me that Payne didn't double check Uniontown, Idaho when it's Uniontown, Washington, when it's a PCA for a quadruple? Really? That alone tells me it's rushed. And it was rushed. Just like everything else on the 27th, the 28th, the 29th, and the 30th. It was all rushed. Look at it. You can tell each day was rushed. You're going to tell me, okay, we collected the trash on the 27th. We got it sent back. The lab, boom, it's BK's dad's. We're back there. Now we're writing the PCA. Now we got the PCA sent and we're doing the arrest and the apprehension like we did on the 30th. What the flying fuck, yo? Rush, 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 rush. Why? Because if the enrollment didn't recover at the beginning of that next semester, it would have started an avalanche that they possibly wouldn't have been able to recover from. Because the enrollment keeps the city going, keeps the businesses going, keeps the funding going, keeps everything going. Why do you think the University of Idaho's doing this University of Phoenix online deal, even though every other university that gets to the point where they're about to pay almost $1 billion and then they get to see the books and all of a sudden everybody backs the fuck out? Why is it? Because everybody can see when they see the books that it's a belly up freaking business. Please, talk about the University of Idaho Phoenix deal. It's going to be something that's going to almost be finalized, and I have a feeling it's going to be finalized within the first week or 2 weeks of January. And these people in the community have no freaking clue what the hell is going to happen with their damn money. They're promised this huge bouquet of flowers, and they're poisonous weeds. They just smell pretty. And they have to trust the people making these votes just like they had to trust everybody else with the investigation. They have to trust, because if they don't, you're talking about a very small community. There's a lot of influence there, and the university has a lot of it. The influence is just crazy. Or it could have been that too. Exactly, Sleuthy. Like, who's to say, right? That's the biggest question. Tell me where the sheath came from. Number one. And then we'll talk about, we'll go through the cell, whatever. First, the sheath. Like, hey, what's up? Need a sip of my coffee. That's right, Shonda. That's what people were saying. Like, well, no, it's not confirmed. That's just what you're led to believe. But when you listen to the coroner, I got coroner. It's going to be a long show tonight. I got a lot of stuff, and I'm not even going to get through it. But we're going to be listening to some of the coroner's stuff from back then. You're going to hear it. No. I've never thought it. No. Well, she said it was messy, What's up, Silky? Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing good. And who's to say somebody didn't take it as, a souvenir? No, it's not. I got my protection always. Shoot. It's not weird at all. What's up, D. Marie? Well, you know all the crazy shit that goes on these days anywhere. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to be that person that can be in a freaking Walmart or something and watch somebody. No. No. If I go out, I go out. There's no way. I wouldn't let it happen. Yeah, I've been meaning to get into the PCA the last couple nights. It's just with time. But trust me, that's on my list too. I got so much. Plus some of the Richard Batanti affidavit. We'll kind of go through that a little bit again too if we're getting into the PCA tonight. But if not, we'll be back on the topic Monday night because there's a case I want to cover Monday morning. And then we got the OJ stuff tomorrow. 100% Silky. Yeah. Is the house 1228. Starting 7 a.m. Pacific, 9 a.m. Central. What's up, Mary? Thank you so much for your kind words. I appreciate that. With this being such a high-profile case, a high-profile lawyer will take over the... Oh, Ann Taylor's busting ass. Ann Taylor's busting ass. She's just dealing with people that have played this game for a long-ass time, and they know what they're doing. And unfortunately, they know what they're doing when it comes to the time. That's why I'm saying, like ask yourself this question. Why have we not heard anything about what the judge is going to respond when it comes to the IGG? What do you guys think that means? Because it's been 17 days since it's been handed over. Thank you, Detective. I appreciate that. Yeah, my bot isn't working too great. Usually I just let my bot do it. I'm going to get that fixed, though. It's my first time using Nightbot. If anybody knows how to use it, you have any suggestions, let me know, because that thing took over tonight in the beginning. Oh my gosh, it was like booting people and all sorts of shit. Yeah, we're going to be going into that new interview tonight as well. No Christmas backdrop. I don't know. Everybody loves this. I just like changing it up, but we'll be getting one. Hold on. Let me see. I think I have one already. Let me check. Oh, I don't. It had like reindeers and trees, like a reflection kind of thing. So I think I have to like change the size of it or something. But I'll have something. It's not Christmas yet. We're going to have little blinking lights and stuff. It's coming, but I got to wait. What's up, Senny? Thank you for hopping in. Ticket number 60. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'll be your bot. Thank you, Dark Fairy. There's when they said they didn't have, right? You know what I'm saying, Sleuthie? So it's like, this is what I was thinking, okay? When the last court hearing, thank you so much, Caddy, for that picture. I'll show that here coming up, that red Mustang. I've always like when that last court hearing happened, and I'm almost, I was like, I bet you can take each thing that they've just said in this court hearing and you can just replay it on December 1st. Because this is where I'm coming from when it comes to that. They've been saying they haven't had anything this whole time, okay? And a couple months ago, when Bill Thompson said he was going to reach out to the private lab to see if he could get anything, 2 months went by, and then in the court hearing in November, all of a sudden he's saying the same thing that he said 2 months prior. Well, I'm going to reach out not only to the FBI, but to Orthram and, ISP, and I'm going to let them know. Okay, if you were that concerned, which you're not, because you don't even care to use it, because I think if you do, the reason I think that everything's been so secretive is because I really have a feeling that somebody has been in trouble that was part of the chain of custody when it comes to the sheath, whether it was the training or the way that they collected it, or prior questionable things, and I think that's why they don't want to introduce it, because I think if they introduce the sheath and everything, like the chain of custody and everything that goes along with it, everything that they say they don't and cannot get, I think that's going to expose the person that could really toss everything out, even when it comes to whatever connection they came up with. That could be too, John. It is very complicated, right? We've done our own multiple deep dives into the DNA and spent probably 15, 16 hours, and it's still confusing. I'm not sure about that, Susan. I'm not sure about that. I don't think so. Not yet. But anytime there is going to be I'm 24/7, so anytime there is, I'm going to be available for sure. Thank you. I appreciate it, Jewel, for coming to check out the show. Thank you. And I apologize again for the connection. The cable people were supposed to be out there that morning. They rescheduled. I had to go off my hotspot, but it all got fixed Thursday. So we got many collabs coming up in the future. They're two great people. And it was just great conversation even afterwards. We should have recorded our conversation because we kept talking about the case after that. It was great. If they're not using it, then why did the state? Right. It's so confusing. What amount of questions do you have in any other case that anybody? Debbie Collier was questionable. There's a lot of questionable cases out there, but something with this much, it's like, this is why it's such a topic, because there are so many questions. This is why I can have a list this big of everything, of stuff to get into tonight. And I appreciate that. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and switch it up. We're going to get into the share screen now. I'm going to do a couple shout outs real quick, and we'll get started into the show. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. I appreciate it. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It's the free way. And we'll see you in a second. Thank you, everybody. All right. First thing I want to do is shout out Pirates Brew Coffee 49er Girl. Thank you for sending me the link. It's for the pirate and all of us. If you want to tell us again, is that your niece or something? I think you said. That's their own coffee company. And I love coffee. And I'm going to have to get some for myself, some Pirates Brew coffee. So I wanted to say thank you for all your support, 49er Girl. And I wanted to show some support back for doing that. I wanted to say shout out to law offices at Andrew D. Myers for the episode that they allowed me to come on for. I want to say thank you to them for extending the invite. And it was, like I said, it was a great conversation. And I apologize again about the audio in the video, but the connection is all fixed now. So if you want to check that out, if you haven't seen that yet, there's the link for that. If you don't mind, go hit a like for that and drop a comment, because it does help. piratesbrewcoffee.net if you want to check it out. I'll be checking some out here after the holidays. That's what it seems like, truth. Exactly, Shonda. It's why they don't use it to convict, they use it to exonerate. And it is endless. You know, I just never understood it either, Sleuthy. I'm just like, what are you talking about? How in just like it's almost like when Chief Fry said it was a unalived situation, and I'm just like, what are you talking about, dude? That's what got me caught onto this case, because I'm like, what? This makes no sense. I want to say a special shout out to Pretty Lies and Alibis. Shout out to her. Special shout out. And with all the work that you do and you're in here supporting the show, I want to support you as well. What's up? Don't be hating. And I'm sure you're already sub. Definitely go sub. And on Twitter too. I'll share that as well. We'll be getting into some Twitter stuff in a little bit as well. Thank you, everybody. If you're not sub, please do. And then follow as well on Twitter. I'm going to be starting to do some streaming on Instagram here soon. I got to figure out how it all works. And I got to figure out my freaking Nightbot. Bad Nightbot. All right. But I think we're all good. Now, I wanted to share this real quick because it was something we were talking about in the very beginning. Okay, so when I was telling you about the story about when I could hear like the sounds of a saw and banging going on. Now, every time that I went to this property, except one time, and you saw that one green car, I think it was at nighttime. Or no, it was during the day. I think it was one of the trips I went during the day. The green car was parked where the blue car is at, but any other time that I was there, and you can tell from the perspective of the footage, I was always parked in that blue car spot because I always felt that that's where the person that committed the crime parked. So as I'm hearing it and I'm looking around here, and you really can't see much, but obviously you don't. And then as I'm driving through around here multiple times, I kept hearing it, but I couldn't tell where it was coming from because I kept looking around and I'm like, where in the hell? Where is this coming from? I don't see anybody doing any work. I don't see any trucks outside bringing in supplies. I don't see anybody outside working on a, you know what I mean? Like, I didn't see anything, so it was odd to me. Now, the spot that I was talking about is right here. Well, I'm going to have to walk a little bit. But when you're going up Walenta, all right, and there's a spot right before you turn, it's right about here. Yeah, right about here, okay? This is what I'm saying. This is why I couldn't to try and park here or pull. There was no way. So I was trying to drive and take a photo because it didn't have the shrubbery right here. You could really see through it. And you could see the ladder there. And I wanted to get a good picture of it, but I couldn't get it. And I was rushed that day. But this is where I could see it. And as I'm driving around and I'm like, well, the door's boarded up. Okay, so it can't be from the property. Because then, you know, when we saw the FBI go there, we saw them with like a drill, and they were undoing all the pieces of plywood, and you could walk through the windows and you could walk through the, you know. But then when Ann Taylor just went, and then you know, I was like, holy shit, that door opens up like that? Oh, for sure, that was people clearing it all out. Oh, I'm sorry, Sean. I'm sorry. I'd park in Walenta. Man, these streets were so tight. Really, any of these streets, like even back here when it goes to Ridge and shit too. Just all these different elevations. It'd be easy. Oh, it's not the It ain't the last time. It's a beautiful place too. I loved it. All right, so here, Caddy, thank you for that. This is that Mustang. That's pretty crazy. No, it was so compact. It was so scrunched. I mean, it was so scrunched. I'm surprised. I'm really surprised most of those roads are 2-lane roads because, like, you have one of them, the beefy trucks that we all know about, grub truck, beefy trucks that were driving by me. They even were like, when I was leaving the vigil, there was 4 of them that just kept driving around. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? But like a beefy truck, you got beefy tires on it, you got the mirrors hanging out, and then you're another vehicle. I don't even know how 2 cars could go down King Road, honestly. Yeah. Is the area is much closer and tighter? Yeah, that's what like when even if you see footage like when you go there, um like even with how they supposedly left the crime at a high rate of speed and created those tire tracks, there's no way in hell, like, when you're leaving that parking lot, you can't tell if somebody's coming down King Road. And with how close that dumpster is in front of you to where you got to make that turn, like, if you're going at a high rate of speed, how do you know somebody's not driving and gonna T-bone you into the driver's side door? Or how do you know that you're not gonna frickin' slide into the dumpster or the telephone pole or even the apartment building over there? Like, it's so tight. Sleuthy, there's so many white cars around there. Like, it's like there's a discount for white vehicles there. It's crazy. And there's the whole 12, utilize the tower 12 times that the house did. I'm telling you right now, I stayed in Washington State. There was no way in hell I was staying in Idaho. You're out of your fucking mind. I stayed in Washington State. I felt safer around Washington State University. I stayed over there, and I literally, the first couple days, I wasn't used to it. I would go to the Walmart in Pullman. I would go to the stores in Pullman, and I would get to the checkout line, and every single time that I got to the checkout line, I would look and go, "Oh shit, that's right. They don't have bags here." For like 3 or 4 days in a row, I would go to stores, and every time I would get to the checkout, cuz I'm not used to it. Every time I'd get to the checkout, damn, I forgot, no bag. All right, I'm here. All right. And then the last few days I was there, I started to learn. You know what, dude? Drive another 4 freaking minutes and go to Moscow and go do your damn shopping, because then you don't have to go into the hotel carrying everything in your sweater like a kangaroo. Because that's what would happen every single time. The first 4 days I was there, I came up to the hotel every single time like a kangaroo with shit in my hoodie because I didn't have no bags. So to say, like, come on, I would be going to Moscow all the time, especially if I lived at Steptoe. Because if you take that route from Steptoe, if you look at my route that the person would have took if they were going to commit the crime and planned it out because of the surveillance difference, you go that route, which is from Steptoe Apartments, back roading it by the airport, And then you literally barely even have to be on 270, like barely at all. And then you're at stores and you're going to connect to the tower. So it's like, you know what? Honestly, I wouldn't blame him because, dude, you're at Steptoe. You literally live just a couple blocks away from a frickin' 2-lane road that goes by an airport that is nothing but rolling hills and telephone poles. It's a peaceful drive. I mean, it's a beautiful drive. If you go see the footage, you'll see it yourself. The rolling hills, you'll see the shadows from the sun hitting certain parts of the hills, and you're like, wow, this is just beautiful. The beautiful things in life are free, and the visual that you get when you're out there is the mountains and the hills. It's like, wow, why wouldn't you take that route? I'd be taking that damn route every time because I'd be going to Moscow Walmart. Yes, it is VR games. That's another thing when it comes to like the grub truck, from like actually going there and driving down where they parked the grub truck. It was nothing like I had ever thought. We watched the grub truck how much, and then when I took you guys, I can pull up the video if you guys want to see it, but I actually pull in to where the grub truck parks, and I didn't even know that there was these sketchy ass dark ass alleys on each side of where the grub truck is. So if you're watching the grub truck, you guys remember the grub truck, and you see the top left camera and you see the windows, right? The windows for the stores. And you remember the ones to the left, the windows to the left that were dark, but then the windows to the right had light on them, right? In between there, sketch ass dark alley. On the other side of it, sketch ass dark alley for blocks. I don't know. It's just crazy when you see it in the daytime and you see what it looks like and you see where they park the grub truck and you see, holy shit, this is what I've been looking at when I'm watching the grub truck. It's like crazy. Oh, damn. You have a haunted house? Who's got a haunted house? We pull over into the ditch and let some... Well, they were saying that right after there was somebody doing it. You know what I mean? Oh, I couldn't. And it took me like 4 days to get used to it too, just because I'm not used to it. Like, yeah, that's what the first day I was there, I was like, you guys, the shopping really is freaking better in Moscow because you get bags for your shit that you buy. I would too, especially being at Steptoe because it's like a back way. Here, I'll sit here and play it as we're sitting here chit chatting. I think I put a video together for it. Yeah. Let me see. Let me mute it. Yeah, so this is the... Does it show the route? No, that's the PCA. Hold on. Whoops, it's right after this. So this is... There's the back of this. There's the back of the house. And then right after this, it should put up the route that somebody who committed the crime or planned it out would have taken. This is the route that I'm talking about. So see where the state line is, where you see Idaho and you see Washington. Literally a block and a half after that. Well, not that close, but it's pretty damn close. As soon as you cross the line and you get to Idaho, then you're into Moscow. Literally the signs are like 50 feet apart. I mean, it's not much. I mean, you're literally, once you cross Idaho, snap of a finger, you're at Moscow. Boom, you hang a left and you're at Walmart. So I can definitely see somebody taking this route and cut out all the rest to the 1122. Just look where the state line crosses. That's pretty much where Walmart is off to the left. It's right there as soon as you get in to Moscow. Like that's such a peaceful route. And you guys can see it. It's such a peaceful route. Now you're getting through, your regular surveillance cameras. This is the reason why I took it in the first place. This is one of the main reasons I wanted to get for footage, was the route that I've said this whole time. If somebody planned this crime and somebody stalked these people, and this is where this person lived, and they knew about all the digital forensics and the footprints and all this, then this is the route that they would have taken if they were going to commit the crime. Because, I'm sorry, once you get on this other road, you're talking 4 cameras from an airport, which, let's be honest, when you see how far the road is from the airport, are you really getting that good of footage anyway? Probably not. The only one place that you're probably going to get any kind of decent footage straight on to the front of the vehicle would be at this little, I think it's like a gas station or something. And you'll see it as we're getting back to the Steptoe apartments as we're talking. We're still on 270 right here. You'll see once I turn right, that's the road where you're talking only 4 cameras from the airport, and then possibly 1 camera. And I don't count ring cameras or anything like that, because you never know. It could be 0 to 100. You just don't know. When I went through and I did the footage and I was kind of doing the commentary with it, I was trying to show everybody the difference in the amount of cameras that exist between the PCA route, also to show, like, you don't even have to do this according to what the PCA is stating. And this is the road I'm going to be turning on right here, the one that's going to go by the airport. And why wouldn't they be taking this when literally there's so much less? So you're going to tell me that the person that committed the crime not only took the trip that they went to get there, but then took the trip that they took to leave and get back, when they could have taken this road there and back? And you're telling me, like, no, if somebody was going to commit this crime and they're using their damn head and they're using their schooling and they're using all their questionnaires and they're using all their experience and all their, this is the route that they're going. If they're going to the house from Steptoe Apartments, it just doesn't make sense to me. I'm glad that I got this footage before snow got there. It was kind of getting close. The last couple of days I was out there, you could see the snow's starting to get on the top of the mountains. But this is what I'm saying, everybody. Look at this. This is nothing but open frickin' rolling hills and no surveillance, yo. You're going to tell me. Because when you're driving this, just as quick, I'm going to explain this to you and I'll show this. Just as quick as it is to get to Walmart from Steptoe, it's just as quick to get to 1122. Like, all you're literally doing is instead of turning left, you're turning right. And then you're going around, where the new University of Idaho Phoenix, the nonprofit organization, the Kibby Dome, the address for the nonprofit organization that's not connected to the University of Idaho in any way, but their address for it is the Kibby Dome. I just wanted to, mention that real quick. You just go around the Kibby Dome and literally a couple blocks and you're at the property. They're not driving all over Pullman. They're not driving all over Moscow. It's not happening. They're taking this way there and they're taking this way back. It's just, look at it. You're going to tell me you're going to drive all over Pullman instead of this. Really? When you stalked and planned, even if you didn't plan, you just take into the consideration of your schooling. Forget planning, forget stalking. Put into consideration your schooling. And you're going to tell me that you're not going to take this road? Sorry, it got pretty bumpy right there. You're not going to tell me you're not give me a break. Give me a break. 4 cameras on the airport. And when you see how far away the airport is, and you all know how far away airports are from the road, yes, it's a little airport, but come on, it's still a freaking airport. That's supposed to have some great footage. So to me, if I'm thinking about this, I'm taking this road every freaking day of the week. Because all I have to worry about is somebody's Ring camera for a few blocks until I get to this road, possibly one business that might have some surveillance that's facing a road that I have to drive forward and backward in front of it. I would take my chances with 4 frickin' airport surveillance cameras than I would any day with those city street cameras they got all over Pullman, because Caddy showed you guys and sent them in and showed you guys the pictures and the video quality they can get for those cameras. Any one of us right now could go watch a live feed of those cameras. The internship with WSU that's connected with the Pullman Police Department was meant to self-surveil themselves, because the Washington Pullman police did not want to use their own force to help combat the rise in crime that was taking place on campus. And so that's why they came up with this internship program where they would have WSU students come intern, and that was the public safety that BK was applying for, everybody, to watch these cameras that we've showed you were all over the place in the beginning of this video, showed you where all of them were. We showed you the quality. We gave you the links. You could watch it live. You're going to go all over that? No, you're going to take this road. Look at it, especially at 3 or 4 in the morning. Why wouldn't you? You would be, like I said, Joe Dirt pulling up to 1122 trying to deliver a damn pizza. That's why you took the route the PCA took, because it only makes sense, because Joe Dirt was the one that pulled up in front of the crime scene instead of, like they stalked it, would have driven by quietly, not made any kind of attention to themselves, especially with a tire mark at 3 or 4 in the morning. Hello. So somebody wakes up and looks out their window? No, you're going to drive there. You're going to sneak back. You're going to hide back where I showed you guys, where we park every freaking time I go there. You can see everything, and nobody can see you because there is no illumination coming back on you. It's all on the house. And you can see all 4 windows. You can see cars coming in from Taylor to King. You can see cars coming and turning onto Queen. You can see everybody in the apartment buildings to your right. You can see anybody coming out of the front of the apartment buildings on Queen Road in front of you. You can see anybody that's driving up to you, and you have access to see anybody that's coming out of their apartments to come walk by your car if you needed to duck. That's why I say that car where the blue car parked on the Google guy, that's where your dude parked, yo. They took this route if they lived at Steptoe. I'm just going to say that because this is Steptoe. If they lived at Steptoe, they took this route. They did not drive all over town if they stalked this. if they knew digital forensics. If BK was going to commit this crime, he would have taken this route there, he would have taken this route home. And I'm telling you right now, when I left that parking lot every single damn time, I didn't know until I got past 1112's corner of the house that if somebody was coming up there or not. And I didn't know every time I drove through there, I didn't know what I was going to do if there was another car coming my way, because there sure as hell wasn't enough room for two vehicles to go up and down any of them damn roads back there. Every freaking time I was driving there, okay, what do I do if there's a car coming? And every time I had to sit there and think that. Anytime that I was driving on any of those, the Queen Road and Linda Lane Apartments and all that little shit right there, the parking lot, every time I had to sit there and always be aware at every foot to my left or right, what am I going to do if there's another car that comes my direction, because there's not enough room for two freaking vehicles, and I got a rental, and I'm not, you know, it was already expensive enough. Sunroof. I'm not fussing at anybody. What's up, Amy? Thank you for hopping in. I didn't see. Well, I thought they were deer, but they had fur around their necks, and then people, I think they said they were elk or something. So I think it was elk I was seeing out there. Why not? Why couldn't it be somebody that was on a bike that was on Paradise Path threatening people before? I'm just saying. Like I brought up on Andrew D. Myers, airplane crashes don't happen from one thing. There's a lead up of events that have to take place or that take place, and then there is, there's a crash. And so if you think about it, like, there's things that would have, when it comes to the passion and the rage behind this crime, I'm sorry, that is a bottle that was shaken under pressure and just went everywhere. There was things that were leading up to that. It doesn't just all of a sudden manifest and go boom out of the no. When you're talking about that kind of crime, things lead up to it. There's stuff that takes place that doesn't seem like it makes sense, or doesn't seem like it connects, or doesn't even seem like it might be relevant. But there always is. There's, to have that much, you're not gonna. I don't know, Silky. The thing is he could be guilty as shit. Maybe he does have a motive. I don't know. Maybe he, maybe, who knows? Maybe they ran into each other. You don't have to connect on social media for there to be a connection. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're, so it's like Harsh brought up a great show, that Netflix episode or series or whatever, titled You. I mean, I think I watched the first series a long ass time ago, and I think the dude, like, didn't he just spark up conversation at a library and then got to nowhere or something? I don't know. It's just, you never know. Do I think there's a motive? What would it be? Other than when it comes to the type of crime, what would it be other than jealousy or hate? So could BK be in a position where he was one of the people that could have been very jealous? Of course. That's why, we there's other things also. Uh, they got to his name for a reason. So the thing is, and that comes with the sheath. But that's my biggest question of the case is, where'd the sheath come from? So the only thing that is obvious is that it was done by a very disturbed individual, not only one, but to 4 people. All right, give me 1 second here. We'll get into some. Let's see what I got in my bag here, because I got a whole bunch of stuff, and I know we're not going to get through it all. So we'll have plenty Monday night. OJ25 tomorrow, 2 times. Members only earlier in the day. Sub everybody for everybody's show. The previous week's episode tomorrow night, and then we're going to be introducing another case Monday, and then we'll be back on this Monday night. So we'll be finishing up. And I'm sure there's going to be more, that comes out because I'm always having so much shit to go through, and we never go through all of it anyway. But that's okay. Let me see here. Let me get rid of these pop-ups. All right, so the first thing I want to get into is an article from Law and Crime. If it's not showing it. Here we go. I don't know. Don't be hating. I don't know. I've explored stuff in the spring, and I just kind of, I don't know. I got to a certain point where I need more evidence, and I haven't got any more evidence, and so I just don't even. What's up, Cindy? I just don't even really until I get more evidence. You know what I'm saying? Until I get more evidence, of course, because it's true crime. It's ugly sometimes, and anything is a possibility. But at the same time, out of respect for the families, the victims, and the communities, there's just, I need more evidence, for certain things. You know what I mean? It's out of respect. That's all. It's respect 150, even if you're a lover, a friend, or an enemy, no matter what. All right. So this is an article. Let me switch my screen here real quick. And thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate it. It's going to be quite an episode tonight, lengthy wise, I mean. So we're just getting into it tonight, and we got plenty of stuff to go over. And I'm ready to be with you guys for another probably 5 hours. So we're getting into it tonight. All right, so this article, I'll go ahead and share the link with you. Hopefully it'll fit. It's freaking huge. Let's see. Whoops, and added a... Now, let me delete that real quick. It added like a slash on it. 1 second. Why is it not letting me delete it? All right, there we go. It added like a slash on it. Oh, that's part of it. Never mind. I thought I bumped it and screwed up the link. Definitely a crime of passion. Yeah, thank you for the link. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, we talked about all that stuff in the spring. It was probably like March. I think it was like February, March, April, somewhere around there. And like I said, we explored it, and that's kind of some of the reasons why me and a couple people that I was working with kind of separated, because I was like, yo, I need more evidence, I need more evidence. And so that's why I kind of split off and, kind of went that way. You know what I'm saying? That's one of them I do have saved, John Morgan. If we don't get to that tonight, it's towards. I do have it on the list, but I'm not sure if we're gonna get to that one. We got a lot of local news and articles and things like that too to get through as well. So this says he lived 1,200 feet from my door. And this is the driver who brought the Idaho victims home the night they were unalived is exceptionally glad about the suspect's arrest. I would be too. Now, this is from Anjanette Levy, January 6, 2023. Again, shout out Caddy. And if anybody else, you know what, it's going to have a pop up sitting up there. Screw them. Let's put that up there then. How about that? There's the link. If you guys want the link again, let me know and I will drop it. I mean, we saw that too, Amy. That's another thing that, again in the spring. And I definitely feel that is not, I definitely feel that is not excluded. I'll just put it this way. Yeah, Tommy used to be part of our group back then, Debre, before he had his own show. I'm not saying that weapon is not part. I'll just put it that way. I'm not saying it's not part of what, or it's, how do I say this? It's not excluded. Like, it could definitely be one of. Not saying it was the weapon, but what I mean is, when you look at the injuries and you look at where that was, not only in the pumpkin picture, but also in other pictures that were around the property, it seemed to be something that was around, and we'll just say it that way. Not saying it's not. All right, the private driver who dropped Kaylee Gonsalves and Maddie Mogan off at their home near the University of Idaho campus just hours before they were unalived in the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022 is exceptionally glad an arrest has been made and tells Law and Crime that he actually saw the white Hyundai Elantra police were looking for last month. Now, this is what's going to be interesting is this person, 10 to 15 tips, I think they said. The man who did not want his name used read the affidavit charging, again, this is in January this year. The man who did not want his name used read the affidavit charging Brian Koberger, 28, with felony burglary and 4 counts of first-degree M for the unalivings of Gonsalves, Mogan, Zaina Kernodle, and her boyfriend Ethan Chapin. The 19-page document contains chilling details about Kernodle's passing, including a surviving roommate who told investigators that she heard crying coming from Kernodle's bedroom and a man saying something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." News of the arrest broke last Friday after nearly 7 weeks of investigation. He says, "I was surprised but exceptionally glad that some form of resolution is forming," the private driver said. "I feel exceptionally bad for those parents in our community." He was somewhat stunned to learn that Koberger, who maintains he did not commit the unalivings, lived near him in Pullman, Washington. He lived 1,200 feet from my door. I spent 6 weeks trying to convince my wife there was not a threat and I was wrong, the driver said, adding that his wife still fears walking their dog. Was I bullshitting, y'all? I'm telling you, the shit that I'm... Just like I told Andrew, like, they're not convinced, yo. They're not convinced. Even the people at freaking Walmart are convinced. And I was like, well, how do you feel about your security here at Walmart? If you feel like, like if you don't feel safe at home, do you feel safe at Walmart? And he's like, oh yeah, we got tons of good security here. And I'm looking around and I'm like, maybe because it's a small town. I don't see nothing but one fucking dude standing out there. I don't see nope. What do you mean? I don't know. It's not bullshit, though. It's not media hype. It's not bullshit. It's the truth. The people there are most of the people are freaking scared still. The driver spends so much of his day shuttling people around town, so after the unalivings, he kept an eye out for the white Hyundai Elantra. He eventually spotted it at Koberger's apartment building sometime after December 7th. I thought it was too new, he said of the car, since Moscow police had asked the public for information about a 2011 to 2013 Elantra. However, he wrote down the car's Washington state license plate number and submitted a list of 13 or 14 Hyundai Elantras he had spotted sometime around December 10th through the Moscow PD tip line. Ding, ding, ding. The arrest affidavit stated a Washington State University police officer had identified Koberger as driving a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra on November 29th, and another WSU officer saw the vehicle at Koberger's apartment building the same day. The affidavit shows Koberger was already on law enforcement's radar before the rideshare submitted his list to the photo. And I'm going to switch back. Sorry, when I read these, I can't see your comments. I only have one screen, so give me 1 second. I'll get back to chat. But in the meantime, I'm going to show you something because that don't make no damn sense. And I'm going to show you with this video again. You're going to tell me that an officer was driving around. Watch as I leave this property. You're going to tell me that an officer was driving around by this apartment and said, "Oh, there's a white Elantra parked here." No, everybody, look. See? Is it playing? Okay, so here's the front of his apartment, right? The front of his apartment. Now, the reason I started back here is because if he's an incel, right? If he's an incel, he's going to park in the back of the parking lot so he's not having to be around people, right? So that's why we start back here. So in the beginning, you see a zoom close-up. Now you see his same apartment building where I'm saying an incel would be parking if they were a fucking incel. Now you're going to tell me this is on top of a hill and there's nothing behind me. This is on top of a hill. You're telling me an officer is driving and said, "Oh shit, there's a white Hyundai Elantra parked all the way back here." Look, you can see on the right. What the hell's over there, everybody? It's still a hill that's going up. We're going to the left. It's a hill that's going down. You're telling me an officer just drove by. No, an officer took that tip and used that tip to go. It wasn't I'm just driving by the frickin' neighborhood and happened to see it. And why do you think two officers showed up? Because it went into the tip line. It went into the tip line for Washington State and for Moscow. That's why they both went. Look, this road to the right is going nowhere. And if you're driving by this road and you're looking to the right, you don't even see where Koberger parked. You don't even see his building until you pull up. You're not just driving by. All right, let me get to your comments real quick, and then we'll get back to this document. Well, don't be hating. That's definitely not the gentleman thing to do. And if you're a gentleman, you get he's a ride share, so let's be honest. He's not a date. He's a ride share, so you don't have to get out of your vehicle. But if it's a lady, do you not always make sure that she walks in the door and shuts it? Let's be real. Even if you're anybody for that matter. Now, maybe I'd be a different rideshare driver because instead of that extra 20 cents, somebody walking through their door and me seeing them shut it or assume they're locking it is worth losing the fucking 20 cents. Maybe it's just me. As a gentleman, you better get the fuck out of your car and make sure you take your lady up to the damn door. It is strange to me, but at the same time, I'm not in their position. Maybe it was just drop them off. I got to get to the next spot. Drop them off and I got to get to the next spot. I mean, it could easily be that, you know? Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's one of the other videos I want to get into. It's going to be a long show tonight, everybody. That's one of the videos I'm going to be getting into tonight as well. They got a really good video, Idaho4 revealed. If you guys want to watch that episode, I'll probably do a live tomorrow sometime where I sit back. And if you guys want to talk about the stuff that we talked about on the show instead of just dropping a comment, we can go ahead and discuss it on the show too. One of these days, if it's not tomorrow, we can't fit it in, we'll get it in one of these nights where we chill back and watch the Andrew D. Meyer show that I was on there, and we can discuss everything that we were talking about on there too. Yeah, they are still scared, dopey hate. Andrew asked me that. He asked me, about the people, and I was like, some of them, they're like, yeah, he's 100%. And even though they had the difference of opinion, they still became subs. They were like, it was a great conversation I had. I had conversations with people that thought he was guilty as fuck no matter what. And we got to talk about our, different facts of the case, small conversations. And then there was some where they were talking about how and there's a lot that don't feel like they either feel like the person that committed it hasn't been caught, or they feel like if BK was one of them, they feel like somebody else is not being held for justice. That's why they're still scared. They're still scared. They group up. They let each other know a lot more. That's one of the things that I heard. They let each other know a lot more where they're going, when they're leaving. There's more communication between everybody now. They're more close. They're tight knit. But they still feel like, what's up, Jab? They still feel like, they still feel like maybe somebody's still out there. Well, I mean, that's your opinion, Ralph, and we all have them. That's just my opinion. So, as much as you have yours, I have mine. Lived in. Oh, that's fine. No one else. That's a good question, Cindy. Well, and that's your opinion, Ralph. Thank you for your opinion. I appreciate you. Do you know if the University of Idaho have taken any new security measures to... No, they're too busy collecting donations for a memorial garden that's going on their own property that the students in the community are paying for themselves, and the work that it's going to do and all the materials that's going to have for it, the rock and the sand, it's all going to be donated. It's such a... If you guys are new to the show, you definitely got to go check out the shows I did a week or two ago. University of Idaho Power and the Deal. But the University of Phoenix, it's not good. No, that's fine. And I'm not saying you have a bad opinion either. To demo the house, yeah. 20 years of guilt. I just don't understand it. If there's one family that doesn't want, then why? All right. With all those cars, whoever... It's so compact there, Susan. It really is. They're so compact. Of course, there's plenty of uses for it. Plenty. Plenty. And you know that if you're a knife collector. The arrest affidavit stated a Washington State University police officer had identified Koberger as driving a white 2015 Elantra. On November 29th, and another WSU officer saw the vehicle at Koberger's apartment building the same day. The affidavit shows Koberger was already on law enforcement's radar before the rideshare submitted his list to police. The driver says the affidavit confirmed what he suspected about the crime. Most of the most chilling details include the revelation that a camera from a home less than 50 feet from Kernodle's bedroom recorded what sounded like a whimper and a loud thud. I'm so tired of this less than 50 feet. We've already mapped it out, everybody. It's 60 to 70. Police have previously said some of the victims have defensive wounds, and Kernodle's father told a news outlet in Arizona that she had fought her attacker. The affidavit also stated a DoorDash driver had delivered food to Kernodle at 4 a.m. And that she was active on TikTok at 4:12. That the TikTok was active. Never been stated that it was her. During the time the unalivings are believed to have occurred, I suspected from the beginning that I read that whatever happened in that house was exceptionally violent, far beyond what a scorned lover would do in a regard to the sheer violence, the driver said, and that's a great quote. The crime have left Moscow residents in shock and created fear amongst students who once felt safe leaving their doors unlocked and walking around town. But the rideshare driver and things have changed as women he takes home now ask him to stand in their doorways so they can check their windows and doors and look through their homes to ensure no one is there. Those are the things that had never happened in the communities of Moscow, Idaho, and Pullman, Washington until now. And that's what I'm trying to explain to everybody when I'm talking to everybody. Those are the exact sentiments. Moscow and Pullman are connected by a long, winding road. The two cities are essentially like one community, people traveling back and forth between the two. The driver said many people in Pullman travel to Moscow because the shopping options are better and there is a grocery store and a Walmart that are open 24 hours a day. After after learning the names of the student victims, the driver said he went to Moscow police and provided a receipt showing he'd purchased fast food after dropping off Gonsalves and Mogan and told investigators about driving them home. He said people online accused him of unaliving the four people despite police clearing him as a suspect. For some time afterward, he felt guilt because he had driven Mogan and Gonsalves home that night at 1:56 a.m. only to learn days later that they had been unalived. He questioned whether he had been followed or if he should have done something differently. He said that he had driven Mogan, Gonsalves, and Kernodle many times. They were all nice girls. They were all polite with me. They were happy, friendly girls. In my opinion, there was nothing bad about them, he said. They were all good employees at Mad Greek, he added, referring to a downtown Moscow restaurant. The driver said he and many others in the community still feel frustrated by the messages police sent to the public early on in the investigation when they called the crime targeted and said the community had nothing to fear. Those are the same exact things we've been saying since the same day, too. The comments about the crime were later walked back, and police said they didn't know if the house or the people inside were the targets. Why did they walk it back? Because the president said, yo, University of Idaho president said, yo, Mr. Fry, we can't have these students scared because then that will affect our enrollment, sir. They've already been in a shelter place since we put out the vandal alert over 2 hours ago. So could you do me a favor and tell everybody that the community has nothing to worry about so these students can stop being scared because they're getting scared now. I'm hoping they have an ironclad case, the driver said. I desperately hope they have this locked down. If they let this guy walk, it's a shame. A status hearing, yada, yada, yada. So what do you guys think about that? Thank you, Andy. I appreciate that. Supposed to have my shows the last few weeks up until that day. You can tell they were having my internet kept cutting out, and I kept having to use mobile hotspot. And the cable company was supposed to be there that morning to fix everything, and they ended up rescheduling for the next morning. Now everything did get fixed Thursday, but it was one of those situations at the last minute that I had to either go mobile hotspot or trust that the internet was not going to drop completely out of the blue, which it had been doing for the prior few weeks. So, but everything got fixed Thursday. So we got plenty more collabs coming up, me and Andrew and Laney, and either on this show or on their channel. And everything got fixed Thursday, so we're good. Right. If only one family wanted it to stay up, let it stay up. Period. And that's all. The TikTok was on. Who's to say that the person that said, I'm here to help you, wasn't picking up the phone? Maybe it was active, and then maybe it was still active. What's up, Legendary? Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. Clad. D Smith, if you haven't typed it in again, let me know where you want to go. Let me know where you want to go back in the article. It's not for sure. I'm not at the water cooler. I wish I was. Yeah, it's crazy. That's what I'm saying. All these people that, you know, I put out that post and the tweet. It's like, wow, all these people like going on these rants when they even in their own rants say, I don't know, I don't watch the channel, or I don't know, I haven't checked out the video. And then they go on their rants. It's like, okay, I'm just going to be honest with you. If you're going to be that narrow-minded about exploring all thoughts, theories, and opinions without exploring all thoughts, theories, and opinions, and you come to a conclusion, I would like to just have you come to a conclusion on a cooking recipe instead of somebody's truth and justice. You know what I'm saying? On a cooking recipe instead of somebody's truth and justice, because if you're going to be that narrow-minded where you drive a vehicle that just has a front windshield and no side, you can't see out the sides, all you can see out is out the front, I'm sorry, it's dangerous. And that don't get to the truth. When you want to get to the truth, you have to explore all theories, thoughts, and opinions, even if sometimes shit don't make sense. You have to make sense of it. And how can you make sense of a situation if you don't know all of the facts of the situation? So if you're going to be that sleuther that is willing to be that narrow-minded, then you're willing to be that narrow-minded about facts that come to other cases, that come to other truth and justice for other victims. And I'm sorry, we already have enough people trying to get our boat to row the other way when it comes to confetti and lies and narratives. Exactly. Always be open-minded and stay alert. Always. I just can't believe it. I mean, we've tried. You've had petitions out there. We even had some shows where we emailed the governor, the president, calls to the governor's office, the senators, the president of the university, calls and emails, but you just get blocked. And so it's like all of us in this, and shout out to everybody, whether I agree with their channels or not, like shout out to everybody, because it is about community, for everybody for doing whatever they could in their own way to try and get this demolition to stop, because like we've been saying, if it's one frickin' family, we don't live here, we don't live there, but we do care. We care about those people. I talk about the University of Phoenix, Idaho online deal because I care about the freaking community, because the community doesn't understand what's about to happen and what they're signing up for. I could easily be talking about sports, I could about something I have a huge passion in, sports. I could easily be talking about sports. This was going to be part of a sports channel. But I've put all of my like personal desires, because to me it's like, could I sit there and feel okay as I'm sitting there doing a sports show every night of the week while there's so many victims out there, and I think about it and I watch these shows, and then I have a platform, and instead of using the platform to help these people, I use it for my own personal freaking desires to talk about shit that it doesn't matter about who carried a fucking football? It's about the victims and the families and the community and the truth and the justice and respect. You don't think I'd rather be spending 6 hours on a Saturday night going out? Fuck yeah. I don't have a personal life, because this is my life. As soon as I go to bed, or as soon as I'm done with the show, I'm working on work. And then I go to bed. And as soon as I'm up, I'm doing work. I barely even get a break from this desk, because I'm always working, and I don't mind it, because it's for a higher purpose. It's not about me. Yes, I need funding and donations to be able to do what I do, but it's not for me. This is a voice for other people. This isn't a voice for me. This isn't a voice for evil CJ. The funding and the donations and the support go to be the voice that I am strong enough to be for these other people. If it had anything to do with me, it'd be about sports and games. How often do you see those? Hell, we have a hard time trying to fit a community game night on the show, let alone me being able to play my own video games, or my own instruments, or even going out somewhere. I'm here with you guys every single night. I'm here with you guys mostly every single day. And then the couple hours I have in between is for me to eat and do stuff around the home real quick, and do whatever kind of work that I need to do before the next one. And I love it. I love it. I crave it. I desire it. I was meant for this. I was meant to sit here and talk about this stuff, and to put in all of this work, and to all of this effort, and to sacrifice all of the personal stuff for other people. Because if I wasn't, I wouldn't be able to handle the work. I wouldn't be able to do the 24/7. I wouldn't be able to do none of it. There's a lot more things, we all have it. There's a lot more things in real life that we all deal with, and then imagine doing a 24/7 YouTube. Like, it's a lot, but you know what? I'm meant to be here, because it doesn't bother me at all. I don't get burned out. All I want to do, the thing that I continue to ask myself is, I look back at shit that, man, I could have made better notes. I could have did this better. I could have did this better. That's the stuff that I think every single day. That's why I work so hard. That's why I don't mind working so hard, because I know it could be better. And I want to continue to do whatever I need to do to make it better, because one more minute that I slack my ass off is one more minute that I'm farther away from where we need to be. So why am I going to slack my ass off 1 minute when that's one more minute further away from the goal? It's not. That's why I'm saying I was meant for this, because I didn't understand it, and it wasn't something that I was even entertaining, you know. I wanted to have a talk show. I wanted to talk about sports and space and moon landings and tech stuff and all of these different things. And I didn't even, the channel I started this was to try and help me out of a depressive funk from COVID, from being isolated for 2 years. It was a personal reason. And then after a short few weeks, and then I started to see what was going on, and I'm like, yo, I have a microphone. I don't mind getting behind a camera. People say that I have a voice, that I should talk. Like, why don't I? Why don't I talk about these crimes? Why don't I? Who cares if I didn't go to school? Who cares if there's no expertise or whatever people want to say? You know what? It doesn't take that. It takes common sense, logic, and it takes a mind that's willing to explore all theories, thoughts, and opinions, every single tile that is on that floor, and flip it around 15 times to see. Thank you, Jewel. I appreciate that. Kib Kitty, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. It's not showing it. Hold on 1 second. I have to go to YouTube. It's doing that on StreamYard. Legendary CEO Ralph Jones, Lisa, Bridget, and Angel. Awesome. Yeah, come hang out tomorrow. We got and if you're bored tonight after the show, got members only OJ 25. New episode tomorrow, episode 3. We're playing episode 2 for everybody that is not able to be a member. We're doing the replay of that show. So every Sunday night will be the replay of the prior week, and every Sunday during the day will be the brand new episode. And we'll have that series going through March 2024 every Sunday. All right, so there's that article. Now, let's get into this latest interview on Banfield. I know she's gonna take all of the monetization from this video just to watch a couple seconds of her show. I appreciate her so much, being about the community and about sharing the message. Bunch of bullshit. Watch, I'm gonna have to mute this part or clip it out. So I apologize, anybody that's on replay and you go to see this episode, because I do depend on the monetization from the video for the production of the show. I do and will have to clip out what you're about to see that we're going to get into live. So I might as well just say this every single time that I have to use a News Nation video, because that's what happens every single freaking time.
Now live by Steve Gonzalez. He is the father of one of the 4 students killed, Kaylee Gonzalez. Steve, thank you for being on tonight. Just your reaction to getting this news. Was this a surprise, hearing that there's a date scheduled and it is December 28th?
Yeah, I was surprised that we're at a moment in the case that we don't even have a trial date. We've had a trial date for almost the vast majority of once they had a suspect. So we don't have a trial date, but we have a date to have, largely the biggest piece of evidence being destroyed, which just seems backwards,
So I would have expected that something this monumental would have been discussed behind the scenes, that your lawyer, Shannon Gray, would have been in conversations at least to give you guys, enough time to process this. And it sounds like that's not the case. You didn't get much time, different than the time that we got in terms of this announcement.
No, and I kind of take this as from a perspective of that my opinion's not important as a parent. That's not it. What is important is the lead investigators at the county, state, and federal level, and it is to my knowledge that they are not in all agreement. And we tried to get them to all come in agreement and address, come out with a formal statement. So if they can't all agree, I find it very hard for the parents to all agree. We're all trying to get through this the best way we can. I want to be absolutely respectful to every single one of the parents. I understand that this has to go down, and I'm not going to fight it forever. And I want to be careful what I fight, because this is a losing battle. But
well, it's a long battle as well, as we've come to understand. That brings me to
See, and they shouldn't even feel that way, and it's a shame that I have to clip this out, Ashley. It's just a shit move, but I understand it's your boardroom that's above you that says that you need to protect your 4 to 8% growth every quarter, and so these are the things that you have to do to us out here in the true crime community. But then no family should ever have to feel that way when it comes to a crime scene of a loved one. That it's a losing battle. Nobody's going to hear you anyway. When I go back to saying how much the university has influence on every single fucking thing around there, this is what I mean. We're going to get to the university statement, and you'll see. I'm going to tear into it. It's a bunch of bullshit.
I am joined now live by Steve Gonzalez. He is the father of one of the 4 students killed, Kaylee Gonzalez. Steve, thank you for being on tonight. Just your reaction to getting this news. Was this a surprise, hearing that there's a date scheduled and it is December 28th?
Yeah, I was surprised that we're at a moment in the case that we don't even have a trial date. We've had a trial date for almost the vast majority once they had a suspect.
And like I said, when it came to this whole demo thing again, what happens if BK walks? That's why I said when it comes to, I did this video, let me see, it was a few weeks ago when I talked about the university's power. And I said that when it comes to the quickness of the deal, that's part of getting rid of the house, is because think about it. If with all the weird shit that's going on, with all the questionable things that are going on, and when it comes to what if BK walked, right? That's part of the topic. What if BK walked? Then you're going to, this is why I'm saying it's a business decision. This is what led me on October 31st to come to the conclusion that they're going to demo it before the next semester starts, is because if they can't, they said they weren't going to, what's up, Chrissy? They said they weren't going to demo it during, and Sasha, what's up? They weren't going to demo it during the semester, which meant they weren't going to demo it during the next semester, which meant they were in a position where, what if this court case had started? What if something came out in this case that for some reason, BK all of a sudden is like, oh no, this can't be the guy. Then that they would have never been able to tear down that house until after they found that person, which could have been forever. So as a business decision, they're tearing this thing down quick, and they're tearing it down now so it can be gone now. So even if dude walks, it doesn't matter. They already got rid of the house. It's PR. Yeah, this is a new interview from yesterday. It's just the way that they operate is so damn shady, and I see it. It's so predictable. Here's the video. I'm just going to drop the link. This is when I discuss the university's power, the demo, and the statement when they were talking about doing the demo. It's a little 11-minute clip if you want to check it out later. It's a little 11-minute clip. It talks just about it. And that's from October 31st, everybody. That's the day that the FBI was out there, and that's the same day that the university put out the statement about demoing the property, and that's the same damn day that I was like, it's too predictable. They're going to tear this house down before the next semester starts. I need to make my trip out there now, because if I don't make it now, when I am able to make it, there ain't going to be no damn house. And I'm so fucking glad I listened to my intuition. What's up, Star? Appreciate you. Yeah, that's that like when we found out the university took over to everybody was like, what? And I was like, yeah, they probably went to the dude and was like, look, you don't have to look like the bad guy. This is their power. This is what they wanted. Listen, buddy, you don't have to look like the bad guy to tear it down. You listen, this is the university talking. Listen, landlord, let us do the honorable thing, sir. How about we take it off your hands? You can donate it to us, and then you can use it as a tax write-off. Okay, sir? Okay, landlord? You can use it as a tax write-off, and then anybody that wants to bring any kind of hate for this thing being demoed, we'll go ahead and we'll do it for you. Okay, landlord? When deep down, if you remove the sheep clothing and you see the fucking wolf behind it, he's sitting there grinning and growling and drooling going, I want control of that property so I can get rid of that damn thing as soon as fucking possible, because if this person continues to own it, there's no way the public backlash is going to allow this gentleman to tear down this house, so we better be the ones that do it. And that was back in the frickin' spring. It's so predictable to me. I'm serious. I know, like, a lot of the people that, were, I've been on this for a year now on the show. Just a skosh over a year. And, I've been laughed at so many times with the shit that I've continued to say over time. And it's fucking crazy how this shit really is so predictable. That's why when people are coming out with boom, I'm like, it's like, yo, I've already done said this shit 6, 7, 8, 9 months ago when people were laughing at me, calling me a conspiracy theorist. People calling me a conspiracy theorist. Because I said, well, if they didn't see where the person walked out of the house, then they probably walked out of Ethan and Zaina's bedroom. Because if you look at the roof, look at the cop car sitting underneath of it. That's not very much higher than the cop car. So somebody easily could have jumped down onto the gravel. I didn't see him testing the ladder. I didn't see him testing the shingles. I didn't see him testing any of that. Oh my gosh, you're just trying to start conspiracies. Oh my gosh. And then all of a sudden there's all these people making up shows talking shit about my intelligence and talking shit about my theories and how I'm sitting here saying, no, everybody's got puzzle pieces in this true crime community. Just because your puzzle piece don't fit with my puzzle piece doesn't mean that your puzzle piece isn't fitting with somebody else and their puzzle piece doesn't fit with mine. And people even wanted to make fun of that. Oh, we're going back to second grade, everybody. We're talking about puzzle pieces, talking shit. It's like, come on, man. We have to do this together. That's the only way. It's the only way. No, none of us are strong enough as one to go against the MSM freight train, but we are together. We are together. We can smash the fuck out of MSM if we do this together. And MSM knows that. That's why they send fucking trolls all over the place. That's why because they got that boardroom telling them 4 to 8% growth every quarter. Otherwise, it's their ass on the line. Otherwise, they're not going to be a news broadcaster anymore. Otherwise, they're not going to be a #1 syndicated show on cable. I appreciate that, Cindy. It's true. You should see, you should see. What's up, Kelly? Like some of the hate from some of the communities I already know, because I already know their names. You know, typing on Andrew's messages and shit. And it's like, come on. You know what I mean? Get past it, people. It's to get rid of everything quick. It's to get rid of everything as quick as they possibly can. I'm not saying they didn't want to tear it down any of them other times, but it became very beneficial to keep threatening it because they desensitized the community. Hell, they even desensitized everybody on YouTube too, because it's a big topic and it's a shocker. But it would be a hell of a bigger story, and it would be nothing but people talking about that specific topic, period, every show. They wouldn't even be bringing up any other cases right now. It would all be about the house demo if this is the first time we had heard about it. We've all been desensitized. They have desensitized everybody, especially community, and it's a bunch of shit. And the family, like Steve right here, has to sit there and feel like, well, we just what can we
Live by Steve Gonzalez. He is the father of one of the 4 students killed, Kaylee Gonzalez. Steve, thank you for being on tonight. Just your reaction to getting this news. Was this a surprise, hearing that there's a date scheduled and it is December 28th?
Yeah, I was surprised that we're at a moment in the case that we don't even have a trial date.
Thank you, Deborah.
We've had a trial date for almost the vast majority of once they had a suspect.
What's up, Deborah Lynn?
So we don't have a trial date, but we have a date to have, largely the biggest piece of evidence being destroyed, which
that is so I'm sorry. I was gone last night. This shit's been bottling up for 2 nights. This shit, it's just a bunch of shit.
Just seems backwards,
So I would have expected that something this monumental would have been discussed behind the scenes, that your lawyer, Shannon Gray, would have been in conversations at least to give you.
No, that's the thing, Mary Burns. You got to think about it. They already had those people go in. So they've already removed the flooring, the drywall, any part that has anything to do with any kind of DNA, right? So when it comes to the property, and then they had the cleaners come in, they've already had that taken care of. Okay. So just like when the FBI went in there, they wouldn't have been able to go in there if there were biohazards. All right. So the FBI was able to go in there. The defense is able to go in there. Jurors would have been able to go in there for sure. And it is very back as words is how you like to put it. Exactly, Truth. You have to. That's the only way. It's just like when we're in grade school and the teacher's telling you, what's up, American Princess? And the teacher's telling you, okay, now, Billy, if all of your friends said that it was cool to jump off a cliff, would you too? Think about back to grade school. Billy, now listen. If everybody said it was cool to jump off a cliff, would you too? That's right, Deborah Lynn. And do me a favor, Deborah Lynn, just put in "it's a quagmire of chaos," and then I'll just have that one starred so you don't have "what is it, CJ?" I love that saying. That too, Amy. And that's why, normally I'm not about making comments, but man, it was so bad. I was like, yo, and every single one of these people are saying, well, I never watched the channel, or I never watched the video, but I'm gonna comment on it anyway and go on a rant for a half hour, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. It's like, don't you think the victims and deserve better energy than that? Don't you think any victim deserves that half hour, 2 or 3 hours that you just spent talking on something you don't fucking know about? Don't you think that they would have liked to have those minutes put towards their case? People need to grow the fuck up. And that's what my post was about. It's like, come on, grow the fuck up. Use your energy for shit that makes a difference instead of your fucking opinion, which everybody knows. Everybody has an opinion and an asshole. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's got one. So what? That's why I said, look, if you're all going to be that narrow-minded when it comes to that, and you don't even want to do your homework there, then I trust you ain't going to do your homework when it comes to these victims and these families and their communities. And I don't need that energy, because I'm about surrounding myself with people that are about truth, justice, peace, positivity, and progress. And that's a motherfucking fact. And that's why I get the boot out so quick, because I don't tolerate that shit. Because then I got to spend one more minute dealing with your stupid ass shit than giving it to the victims, the communities, the people who deserve that minute of all of our effort and energy. People need to grow the fuck up, I was disappointed. I was very disappointed in a lot of people. I'll just put it that way. I was very disappointed because there's a lot of people that I either have on the show or I promote or, or linked up with. And I sat there and I watched all these people do this, and every single one of them was doing the same thing. And I'm just like, you know what? Stick to cooking shows, y'all, because I'd rather have you fuck up a cooking recipe instead of fucking up somebody's justice. Of course we can see you in chat. Why wouldn't we, Echo? Why wouldn't you? What's up, D. Smith? That's right, Scarlett. And you know what? I just had enough. Harsh is my boy. I appreciate him. He comes with nothing but respect. And the fact that, you know what? Take this fucking rant. You know what I mean? Take this fucking rant. Because it's for the victims, it's for the justice, and it's for the community. Because it's about telling people to grow the fuck up and be about it instead of being about their own asshole opinion. I don't know. I only block. Listen, there's people that are trolls in here that are trolls and talk shit about me in other channels. And if they come in here and they're about peace, positivity, and progress, they're totally fine. They're totally fine. They're totally fine. I don't mind. That's what the 150% peace, positivity, and progress is about. It's about saying, you know what? I know you're talking shit about me in other comments and other videos and lives, but when you're here and you're being cool and you're about peace and positivity and progress, I don't give a fuck what you do outside of the show, as long as when you're in this motherfucking show, you're about peace, positivity, and progress, because it's about community anyway. You know what I mean? And if you're coming in here contributing peace, positivity, and progress, whatever you want to say about me outside of there, because it is what it is. That's why I appreciate Harsh so much. I really do. I really do. All right, I'm going to rewind this again. We're going to get through this whole thing, I promise.
I am joined now live by Steve Gonzalez. He is the father of one of the 4 students killed, Kaylee Gonzalez. Steve, thank you for being on tonight. Just your reaction to getting this news. Was this a surprise, hearing that there's a date scheduled and it is December 28th?
Yeah, I was surprised that we're at a moment in the case that we don't even have a trial date. You know, we've had a trial date for almost the vast majority once they had a suspect. So we don't have a trial date, but we have a date to have, largely the biggest piece of evidence being destroyed, which just seems backwards,
So I would have expected that something this monumental would have been discussed behind the scenes, that your lawyer, Shannon Gray, would have been in conversations at least to give you guys.
And that's another thing about this channel. I don't care if I agree with anybody or not. I don't tolerate any negative comments about any other individual, whether it's a member of our community or it's a member of somebody else's community. And that's the difference you'll see. You'll see a lot of chats where there's shit talking, but it doesn't happen here. I don't tolerate it. Okay? I don't. And I don't even care if I like them or not. I don't tolerate any kind of negativity towards any other person.
Enough time to process this. And it sounds like that's not the case. You didn't get much time, different than the time that we got in terms of this announcement.
No. And I kind of take this as from a perspective of that my opinion's not important as a parent. That's not it. What is important is the lead investigators at the county, state, and federal level. And it is to my knowledge that they are not in all agreement. And we tried to get them to all come in agreement and address, come out with a formal statement. So if they can't all agree, I find it very hard for the parents to all agree. We're all trying to get through this the best way we can. I want to be.
And he said a long time ago too. Remember, Steve? People were like, "How does they know that?" Families agree or don't. Well, because if you paid attention to the old Steve G interviews, you heard him say that there was only one family that didn't agree with not tearing it down. One family, it didn't matter if it got tore down. And the 3 other families, it mattered that it got tore down. You have to do your homework and you have to go back to the old interviews. You'll see him talk about it. One family it didn't matter to them if it got tore down or not. 3, it did.
Knowledge that they are not in all agreement. And we tried to get them to all come in agreement and address, come out with a formal statement. So if they can't all agree, I find it very hard for the parents to all agree. We're all trying to get through this the best way we can. I want to be absolutely respectful to every single one of the parents. I understand that this has to go down, and I'm not going to fight it forever. And I want to be careful what I fight, because there's, this is a losing battle. But
it's a long battle as well, as we've come to understand. That brings me to the issue of Mrs. Chapin. Ethan Chapin's mom, Stacy, has given that statement to me.
No, and sleuthing, I don't. I am 24/7 on YouTube. All of you guys, I don't even call it, I'm not even going to call it donations anymore. It's contributions. You guys, it's all contributions to the production, the equipment, everything that takes place. And I'm not one of those. And I'm not even one that has multiple other incomes coming in the home either. It's just me by myself. I'm not making up some bullshit ass story to try and suck money out of people on YouTube. No, this is about, I got to a point where I was so busy trying to do all of the work that it takes to do this stuff. And everybody that knows in the background how hard I was working and how little, I had nothing. And I was always just wishing that one day I could take all of the energy that I was using for a company that didn't care about me and use that extra energy for victims and try and help make a difference. And so I was able to do the switch in August of the 24/7 early September. And I just want to say thank you to the community because of your contributions to the show. I've been able to do what I'm doing, and without your guys' help and support, none of this would be possible. And I truly mean it. And that's why, I really say that I mean what I, like, how important you guys are to me. I mean it. And that goes back from the beginning of the show when I first made it, because I needed an outlet and I needed something different to figure out a way to get out of the depression funk that I was in from being isolated from COVID. And from the day one, that was my main goal. And because you guys brought me out of it very quickly when I first started this show, that's why I'm so protective of the environment that we have, is because I want that to be the same for others. I want others to be able to come in this show and whatever something they're going through, it'll lift them up. Yes, we talk about the true crime cases and everything, but also I like to throw a little bit of comedy and fun in there too, and a little bit of passion, just to kind of have a good mixture, because I want everybody not only to feel like our time is worth something every time we hop in one of these shows together, that we're also making a difference, and that we're also helping ourselves and everybody too, because it is community. That's why we're here, and it's about helping others. So I want to say thank you.
Me saying that, we're okay with this at this point. We agree with the university. We think it's in the best interest of the kids who are there, including her 2 kids, and the community as a whole. What are your thoughts about that?
I totally respect it. I get it. I have leaked footage. I've seen things that they may have not seen. I know for a fact the path that this white salon, this car took, and people are going to wonder what he was doing when he parks in certain locations for extended amount of time. What was he looking at? I want to know what he was looking at, and I don't
See, and that's here.
don't know how you can see what this man was looking at without the house being there.
So, what does that mean? That you could see somebody parking? So where would you be able to see now when we come to here, right? I've always wondered if something was on 712, right? Going directly across. Oh, hold on. It's not. Let me zoom it in bigger. All right. I always felt that it was maybe 712. Had some surveillance, going across. Because 1112 is going towards the corner. And the 712 is going straight across. Now, when I was doing my driving around in the area, that's one thing I made sure to look for, was any kind of surveillance that was on that apartment, and I didn't see anything for surveillance there. Huh. I remember when we did the read through of the outside looking in. I might have to rewatch that. Let me see something here. I think I did that. Where did I put that? Right here, outside looking in, read through 1/1/23. Wow, this was old. Holy shit. So, yeah, what other videos, right? He explains upon the hill looking through Maddie's window where I parked. The blue car where I parked. Hold on a minute. Yeah, look. Right here. That's where. What? So okay. So what surveillance would have, I'm telling you, where the blue, ever since, thank God for that blue car, because ever since, I'm like, damn, that blue car is where the dude parked at that committed this crime, because you can see everything. Here's this old read-through. Holy shit. I think I might have to rewatch this in old inside looking read-through from 1/1/23. No, that was somebody else, but I don't think the universities, well, I mean, come on, if you look at the trucks, you can see one truck has two windows, the other one has one. It tells you all you need to know right there. So it's not the same truck. And I don't think the university had his trees cleared so he could peep the 1112. That's just my opinion, though. So where would this camera be if he saw him right here? Thank you, Sluden. I appreciate you. Oh my gosh. So they had to... I need to go back to because I need to go back, man. That's like from like one of the first episodes we started talking about it. And I started looking at it because I originally thought that it was connected to the Paradise Path and the fight at the Sigma Chi party. And when I first heard about the Paradise Path thing, then that's when I was like, who says they didn't ride their bike? And this is where they, but it was the blue car. Fuck. I'm telling you, this shit just is so scripted. Oh, you could. Oh, if you haven't seen, I've already showed I got so much footage of daytime and nighttime. I'll show you guys at nighttime if you want me to show you. It's creepy as shit, and you can't see nothing. I mean, you can't see nothing. I don't even bother showing the nighttime where I'm parked right here because you literally can't see anything anyway. So I just show the daytime because it's so dark. All right, I'll show that. Yeah, I'll show it. I'll show it in a minute. We'll get back to this. We'll let him finish what he was saying about the surveillance footage. Huh, that's interesting. Oh, you see, no, that's, and you'll see when I show you, Katrina. I'll play the real footage at nighttime. One of them when I went there at nighttime, and you'll see. That's why I never show it, because you literally, you can only see a couple lights to the bottom left, and you don't even know that I'm parked back there unless you see me driving back in there. And the only time that I really show you guys, like, when I'm driving back through there, is just to show you how dark it is. Oh, no. You could, Danny, you could definitely, that's what I'm trying to show you. Here, I'll even show you a picture. Hold on, let me bring up a picture and I'll show you. Because I have photos too. I took a lot of photos as well. And here, let me get the pictures for you. All right, so I can show you. You can literally see everything. All right, so let me, I think it's this one right here. Let me try this one first. All right, so I got to switch my screen share. Present, stop screen, present, share screen, entire screen. Okay, so here we go. So here, let me get rid of this thing too. We'll just put that guy up there. All right, so now this is kind of a fuzzy picture. Hold on. I took like shit tons. So it literally got like, okay, here's a good one right here. So you can literally see Maddie's window, sliding glass door, and then the window down here. And this is what I'm saying. Like you can, it's kind of hard to see with the sun there. Let me see. I might, because there was one of these photos that you could see like the corner. So like here's a different photo. Yeah. So like here, you can see the corner. Now I just looked to the left. Okay. And you can see here's the corner of Taylor Avenue right here. I know it might be kind of hard for you guys to see, but this is Taylor Avenue right here. Okay. This is 1119 King Road right here. Okay. 1119 King Road's right here. You can see 1126 right off to the left. You can see 1118 right here. You can see 1112 right there. You can see the front of the parking lot right there. You can see Taylor Avenue. You can see it all. All right. And that's just me looking left. Now watch, I go back a couple. Now I'm looking straight again. This is the perfect picture, actually. What number is this? Number 1043. So I need to remember that. Number 1043. So this shows you. Like literally you could... Oh, it's so creepy. So creepy. I'm telling you, the person that was there parked where that blue car was. Period. All right. So while we listen to this Steve G part, I'm going to look for that nighttime video when I went to Moscow to the crime scene. And then I'll pull that up for you guys next. Give me 1 second. Let me screen share. I wish it was easier to do this. We'll screen share that. All right. Yeah, it's just the beginning too. 1004. Yeah, I'm telling you, I got a lot of footage. That's what I was telling Andrew. I don't know if it made it into the tape or not, but I was telling him, I was like, yeah, 80% of it was me getting footage and photography. And 20% was me talking to general public. And people are like, why didn't you ask more about if the students knew? There's so much damn fucking speculation out there already. Oh, okay, yeah. Let me see the text that you kept from a long time ago, which any of it could be doctored. I don't know who the fuck these people are. You know what I'm saying? So what? I'm just going to... Hey, guess what? Billy showed me this text message, and I don't even know if it's real or not. Give me a fucking break. How about I get to know these people a little bit better, and we get a little closer? And then... You know what I'm saying? People are so fucking... Like, chill the fuck out, yo. If you've never been out there, I'm more worried about the community. It's about their comfort, just like it is anybody that comes on this show that's a guest. It's about their comfort as well. All right, let me try and find that video while we listen to this.
The case, you didn't get much time, different than the time that we got in terms of this announcement.
No, and I kind of take this as a...
Thank you, Zachary. I appreciate the kind words.
My opinion's not important as a parent. That's not it. What is important is the lead investigators at the county, state, and federal level. And it is to my knowledge that they are not in all agreement. And we tried to get them to all come in agreement and address, come out with a formal statement.
Not everybody.
So if they can't all...
See, and that's probably where he came up when he told everybody on the interview that only one family. They couldn't come out with a unified statement because they wanted to try and get all families to come out with a unified statement, and they were not able to. No harm, no foul. It doesn't mean that what they were feeling was anything different, right? It doesn't mean that. But what it means is there's at least one family that doesn't want this damn thing torn down, and you don't tear the fucking house down when one of the victims' family members doesn't want it torn down, when they don't even trust. You've heard it from Steve G on the last CBS episode that they did for the year anniversary. You heard him say it then, that he's not even 100% sure that it's Koberger. And this is his daughter. And pretty much his other daughter, because of how much time they spent together. Oh, for sure, Katrina. This is what I'm going to explain when I show the real footage to everybody. You could definitely 100 see, because both sliding glass doors had no blinds. The windows didn't even have blinds, because you could see the boots and the M and all that stuff right away until they shut the blinds. You could literally, that's why I said that where this blue car parked, to me, it just made damn sense. Why in the hell wouldn't somebody go park back there? Because you could see everything that was taking place. And then when I went there in real life and I sat there in that parking lot and I was like, holy shit, there is no lights to illuminate my face when I'm sitting in this damn car. The person that committed this crime could have literally sat here for hours and had a scope on everything from Taylor Avenue to King Road intersection, to somebody coming up Queen Road, to somebody leaving the Queen Road apartments, to somebody getting in their car. They could have had a scope of every single thing and every single thing in them frickin' windows. What's up, Mishy girl? Thank you for hopping in. They could, Crime Solver. When I show you that picture, there was no blinds on any of those. All four of them. You could see right in. And when I show you the real footage in a few, you will see how dark it is. I'm going to show you guys how dark it is at night. Even when I had headlights shining in front of me, it's going to stand out like a sore thumb.
I'll agree. I find it very hard for the parents to all agree. You know, we're all trying to get through this the best way we can. I want to be absolutely respectful to every single one of the parents. I understand that this has to go down, and I'm not going to fight it forever. And I want to be careful what I fight, because this is a losing battle. But
it's a long battle, as well, as we've come to understand. That brings me to the issue of Mrs. Chapin. Ethan Chapin's mom, Stacy, has given that statement to me, saying that, we're okay with this at this point. We agree with the university. We think it's in the best interest of the kids who are there, including her two kids, and the community as a whole. What are your thoughts about that?
I totally respect it. I get it. I have leaked footage. I've seen things that they may have not seen. I know for a fact the path that this white salon, this car took, and people are going to wonder what he was doing when he parks in certain locations for extended amount of time. What was he looking at? I want to know what he was looking at, and I don't know how you can see what this man was looking at without the house being there. What windows was he peering into? Why did he pick that location to stop at? Why did he keep going back to these certain locations? And I don't know about the other 12 or 13 times.
And I'm going to be honest with you, parking in that parking lot, it is a pretty decent parking lot. And there's a lot of people that come and go. Doesn't mean he didn't know somebody that lived at the Queen Road Apartments. It doesn't mean he didn't know somebody. Maybe the times he sat there, he was waiting for somebody. And somebody that emailed me, I want to say shout out to them. They brought up a very good point. Greenery is legal in Washington. And there's a dispensary right outside of Moscow and Idaho. Okay? Who's to say, and shout out to you who emailed me and sent me a lot more stuff, somebody that's from the area. I don't want to say the name because you want to remain anonymous, but I want to say shout out to you, and you know who I'm talking about. Who's to say that the reason that BK, his alibi, was driving around, who's to say that he didn't want to admit the rest of his alibi, that in fact he was driving around, he wasn't anywhere near the scene of the crime, and the reason he didn't want to reveal the rest of his alibi was because who says that he wasn't swinging by the dispensary on the way to Moscow? You know that road that I turn on for the airport? The back roads that I say that the person would have took if they committed the crime? Right there at that corner where I turn, that's where the dispensary is, everybody. Look it up. It's right there, and it's right before you get into Moscow, Idaho, or Idaho state line where it's not legal. BK could have literally left his home, went to the frickin' dispensary on multiple occasions, and went to go, you know what I'm saying? And that's why he didn't want to let anybody else but the judge know exactly the rest of his alibi.
Times that he was there. I just know.
Shout out to you.
This happened.
You know what I mean, Miss Local. Thank you.
So, I'm gonna do what's best for my girl. I'm gonna protect her. I'm gonna weigh on the side of what's best for her, and making sure that I'm not going to let something slip through our hands that I could have said something. But I do understand it has to go.
I have this question for you because up until now I hadn't really contemplated this, but do you think it's at all possible that the prosecution is so confident about their case, they're not worried at all about the House standing?
I've been told that exact thing. I've been told 100%. The amount of stuff we have, Steve, relax. You know, you're a very aggressive a father. Relax. But it's not in my character to just sit back and just know that an opportunity isn't being seized upon. And I couldn't live with myself. I couldn't live with myself if later on, you know, something happened,
right,
and a jury member said, you know what, it really came down to the fact that I couldn't see firsthand. They told us the ideal jury member was someone who had thousands of acres.
Just like they keep telling everybody, just like I told somebody on Twitter earlier. You know, like they're telling, well, they told Steve G that there's a lot, and that's why don't worry about us tearing down the house because we have so much. And I said, that's the same thing they told the judge when they first signed the warrant. That's the same thing they told the secret grand jury. That's the same thing they've been telling every fucking person that's involved with this case, is we have so much, everybody. Just trust us. Just trust us. Just trust us. Eventually, you got to cash that damn check. They keep telling everybody. This is why I said they use the same cliff notes from the Shady Shit novel when it came to the University of Phoenix, Idaho deal. They promise a whole bunch of shit in return, and they're not, in my opinion, they're not going to be able to deliver. There's so many questions. How can you trust that it's going to be delivered? And I found that footage too. We'll go to that next. This video right here, if this doesn't have that president sit here and listen to what he just said, if that doesn't make that president and that community say, yo, 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 because listen, we've done our petitions, we've done our calls, we've done our emails, we've done everything that we can do. It's time for them to put the fucking foot down and be like, university, no. And they need to play this fucking part on a loudspeaker, on a jumbotron, on a fucking billboard on the side of the highway. What he says right here needs to go right to the damn university. Dude, you need to stop this shit, bro, until this trial is over.
And the community as a whole. What are your thoughts about that?
I totally respect it. I get it. I have leaked footage. I've seen things that they may have not seen. I know for a fact the path that this white salon, this car took, and people are going to wonder what he was doing when he parks in certain locations for extended amount of time. What was he looking at? I want to know what he was looking at, and I don't know how you can see what this man was looking at without the house being there. What windows was he peering into? Why did he pick that location to stop at? Why did he keep going back to these certain locations? And I don't know about the other 12 or 13 times that he was there. I just know the day that this happened in the footage that was given to me. So I'm going to do what's best for my girl. I'm going to protect her.
Sorry I missed it, Kelly. I wanted to say thank you so much for being a member again. I appreciate that.
I'm going to wait on the side of
OJ25 tomorrow
for her, and making sure that I'm not going to let something slip through our hands that I could have said something. But I do understand it has to go.
I have this question for you because up until now I hadn't really contemplated this, but do you think it's at all possible that the prosecution is so confident about their case, they're not worried at all about the house standing?
I've been told that exactly. I've been told 100%. The amount of stuff we have, Steve, relax. You know, you're a very aggressive a father.
See what I'm saying?
Relax. But
yeah, Steve, don't get too close to the truth, buddy. Don't get too close to the truth. Because then you're going to find out that this surveillance footage, you're going to find out the sheath, you're going to find out all this that, you're getting too close, Steve. You need to slow down. I appreciate and applaud the passion and the effort, because I'd be doing the same thing. And I honestly don't know if I could be reserved as that. And so I applaud for that. And the fact that they're still going to tear this house down. I've sat here and I've wondered, why are you doing it a couple days before after Christmas, and you're doing it a couple days before the holiday when you got to take a break, when you could just start it on Monday and have it done by Friday? I'm glad that they're waiting until the day that they connected the BK DNA to his dad's DNA, and that's the thing that the defense has been asking for the whole time, and it's a big FU to the defense and everybody that has some logic and some sense when it comes to this case, because it's not a coincidence that it's starting on the 28th. It's a big FU. I said it a couple days ago. It's not just a regular middle finger. It's one of those middle finger balloons that you blow up. Horrible. I can't believe that they're going to let this thing get tore down. At least there's time to maybe before Christmas, maybe they'll change their fucking mind. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think so. I said it a few weeks ago. It's a business decision. And if something does happen like he's saying, they ain't never going to be able to tear the house down until they find whoever else was going to be charged or convicted. And if it never happens, which some of these cases don't, they would never be able to tear that house down, because like he said, That's why they're getting rid of it now, because now is the time for business. Otherwise, this decision of not tearing it down can come back to haunt them if the case falls apart, because they ain't never getting that motherfucker tore down. They wrote the PCA on the 29th. They collected the trash on the 27th. They sent the DNA and they got a match on the 28th. The 29th, they wrote the PCA, and on the 30th, they arrested him. It was all a rush job. That's why I pointed out earlier in the week that we went through those press conferences. I wanted to show you guys. No, they didn't have him. Maybe they had him as a tip on November 29th when it came to his license and his freaking car. But he wasn't. No, they were worried about Oregon. They were worried about all this other shit. And then they jumped on. That's why I said it was the end of December when they started to jump on him. It was after the 16th. And when we went back through that show, I think the 16th, the December 16th was the day, a year ago today was the day I think they realized that their officer fucked up and they were going to have to let them know that there's a Brady Giglio. And I think that officer is part of the chain of custody and part of the collection or handling when it came to the sheath. And that's why they don't give a shit about having it involved or not, because when that sheath gets involved, then they're going to have to expose who the hell touched it. And what happens then? All of a sudden, all your DNA goes in the fucking garbage, don't it? I wish my little short videos got more attention, because I say a lot of important shit in them things. Like, it's true. It's fucking true. I can't believe that this university, man. But they did hire Scott Green for his sales pitch.
It's not in my character.
It's true.
Sit back and just
the sales
know
pitch.
That an opportunity isn't being seized upon.
What's up,
and,
nothing half-ass?
I couldn't live with myself. I couldn't live with myself.
Oh, thank you.
If later on, something happened and a jury member said, you know what, it really came down to the fact that I couldn't see firsthand. They told us the ideal jury member was someone who had thousands of acres and had no time to watch TV. He was out on the farm. Well, I don't feel like that kind of guy is going to see the footage that I seen and not want to understand what was going on in the house. And a computer program is going to mean nothing to that farmer. Almost zero value in a computer model to a farmer like that.
I want to dovetail off something you just said, and that is that they've told you that, Steve, the amount of stuff we have, relax. Are you referring to like victims advocates or people actually in the know of the case, that they have such a solid case that you should rest easy?
Because I've made myself vocal, people have reached out to me, and some of those people have just said that if what I know is accurate, Steve, there's a massive amount of information. This case will open up other investigators to know that there's a whole nother.
Well, and when it came to, like I was saying, we talked about it a few days ago. In Akron, Ohio, and you can look this shit up, you guys. In Akron, Ohio, literally, I mean, I was around it. I saw it. Cleveland happened first. The cops up in Cleveland were doing some shady ass shit, and guess what happened, everybody? A whole bunch of FBI agents come up there, right? And fix their shit. Same thing happened with Akron. Local PD. Shady ass shit was going on back home in Akron. Guess what? FBI came in, fixed their shit. The FBI was out there already before this crime took place. Maybe the reason why some of the shit isn't being put out there is because the shit is under investigation. Like I said, This shit, if it is under investigation, has nothing to do with BK. Otherwise, it would have been supplied. It has something to do with one of their own. And I wouldn't be surprised if the fucking FBI was there to investigate Moscow PD, because when you sit here and we watch all these body cams and we see all the no reports and we see all the unfounded reports and we see the calls where nobody's even fucking calling, they're just saying, yeah, well, we had a noise complaint for the neighborhood, no particular house, but we're just going to walk around and harass a bunch of college kids. You know, and then everybody, because we've heard there was complaints about the Moscow PD, right? There were complaints about the Moscow PD that went higher than fucking Idaho. We know this. So you don't think that the fucking FBI was coming there? I saw it with my own face with Akron. I saw it just 45 minutes away with Cleveland. Damn straight, I could see FBI going there to investigate what the fuck is MPD doing. We see all these house calls. We see all of these things going on, body cams and this and that, but they all say no report. Something's going on. Saw it with Akron cops. Same shit happened. It was one thing when it was Cleveland. I was like, whoa, it was 45 minutes away. When it's in your own backyard and the FBI's coming in to fix your fucking local police station, and you see the types of shit and you were around the types of shit that they were doing and you experienced the type of shady shit that was going on. And then when the FBI finally came in, it was like, thank fucking God. Because these dudes walked around like shit dain't stank. Motherfucker driving by a fucking cop. You know, I'm driving by and I've even had a fucking cop smack my fucking window. You know what I'm saying? When I'm driving slow, trying to get around an accident that took place, and I was just following traffic in front of me, and this motherfucking asshole smacks my fucking window on my car because he wants to be a fucking dick. You know what I'm saying? Any other fucking person, I would have got the fuck out of my car. I was damn happy the FBI came in there and fixed the shit. Now it's good. Now it's good. I can see them going in there, being there before any of this shit took place because they were investigating MPD. What's all these no reports, people? I wouldn't be surprised if they were there to investigate the FB or the MPD because of all the shadiness that was going on, and you know of all the complaints that were going on about how shady they were. You heard it from Rosendahl himself on the little promotional video. Why do people come to Moscow PD? People come to Moscow PD because they can rank up quicker. Listen to the video. They can rank up quicker. They can, get their rewards quicker. They can advance. They can, get on to all the... Hello? Why do you think, look at it, why do you think so many people from outside of Moscow are fucking Moscow PD? Because they already know that they can come there, do what the fuck they want, and rank up quick as shit, and then go somewhere else and be some glorified motherfucker when they barely even had to do anything but stop at some students' homes and tell them to turn the music down. What's the ticket again, Bobby? Oh, it's like 350. Yeah, it's like 300. The speech that they say every time. What? How much is the ticket again? Like they never fucking know. How much is the ticket again, Bobby? Oh, it's like 350 to 400. Yeah, it's like 300. We'd rather have you spend that on alcohol instead of tickets. You know what I'm saying? The normal speech that they do every single time you see it on a body cam. we'd rather have you spend it on beer than tickets. And you know what? The more times we come out and the later it gets, the more expensive it gets. Isn't that right, Bobby? Yeah, that's right, Bobby. It goes up. Thank you so much, Amy, for the super chat. I appreciate you. I support you. Sorry, but the thank you, and I appreciate the support for real. Maybe that's why, because I've always it doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't they release more? Well, maybe we know the investigation is mixed up with all three agencies, right? We know it's mixed up with all three agencies. We know when Brett Payne writes the affidavit, there were two other people there before him, and he had people leading him to certain things, or he had to, quote, review a body cam of some other officer to notice that there was a puppy in the house instead of talking to the officer. Hello? I later noticed on so-and-so's body cam. What? You're being led here and there. Really? Isn't usually the first person that's there the one that's writing this shit? And usually isn't the coroner there pretty damn close to when the agencies arrive? So then why in the hell does the coroner, and we'll get into that tonight too, like I said, it's going to be a long night. Why in the hell is the coroner saying that she ain't showing up there till an hour and a half after LE show up there? And how in the hell is she ain't showing up there? Because she said she had to wait for them to get finished. What the fuck are you talking about? Wait. I'm sorry. The coroner's one of the first people there. Because the coroner's the one that has to decide what happens to the bodies. I'm sorry, you guys. I get, like I said in my description, I'm about truth and justice, and I have a creative and passionate way. That's why, I appreciate the kind words, when I was on Andrew's show. That's how I'm always going to be. I'm not, I used to be in business, okay? I used to be in the boardrooms with the president for a medical company. I used to do all this shit, okay? I used to sit there, and I also was a person, and this is why the owner appreciated me so much being in the boardroom meetings, because I was that person when something was bullshit. I was like, yo, this is not. I also was the one that would stand up and say shit, and people would come up to me and be like, damn, man, I admire you for having the guts to say that shit, because it needed to be said, and I admire you for being able to have the strength to do it. Yeah. Because I don't want somebody giving me some kind of bullshit answer. I want the truth, whether it's a negative truth or a positive lie. I want the negative truth over a positive lie any day. And that's why I give everybody what I give them, because I give them the same. Because I only treat others how I want to be treated, and I want to be treated without hearing any kind of bullshit. So I'm not going to bullshit anybody else. Has it came back to bite me in business? Fuck yeah, it has. Because there's plenty of times where I was in positions where they didn't like it so much. But I'm not changing who I am. I will always be me. Oh, we're going to get into some of that corner stuff. The university better stop this demo, especially with what Steve G is saying. All right, I'm going to switch to this night footage here, okay? We're going to get to the night footage of when we're heading to the property, and now I'm going to show you guys how dark it is when it comes to the back of 1122 at nighttime. Now, when this footage was taking place, I think this was 10:30, I believe. Maybe some, might have been 11. It might have been 11. All right, so I'm doing a little bit of, I need to skip ahead actually because I'm doing a bunch of driving around these different areas here. This was always a sketch road to me here. Very sketchy road. We'll be coming up to, I think it was Steiner. It's just, see how tight it is, everybody? See how tight it is? Let me see. Let me rewind this just a little bit. Look at how tight it is. And then the difference in elevation. Oh, it's Taylor Avenue. Or Blaine, I'm sorry. Blaine. Steiner was back there. Oh, shout out A&W too. They had the best food in Moscow. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's a two-way street there, Idaho. Yeah, it's like what's up, Stardust? You know, I have a hard time seeing at night. That's originally when I started wearing glasses, and now it's to the point where I have to wear them all the time. But in the beginning, because I couldn't see at night and street signs and such, that's why I had to start wearing glasses. Okay. Because it got dangerous with me driving at nighttime because I would lose focus. So when it came to here, I was so nervous every time that I drove around these streets because of not only how dark it was, but because of how tight everything was. Your blood pressure can't handle my driving. Oh no. Yeah, there was like a tournament or something. Oh, I drove right by the house. So this is going okay, so this is going around Walenta. I might as well just let it play because I don't know. I think I did, this is like a half-hour clip of me doing a bunch of driving. I kind of tried to separate everything. So that way it wasn't like hour or two videos. It was kind of different, half an hour chunks, 45 minutes, things like that. Now we're on Walenta. The to the left would be the property. Now, if you remember when I took you on Google Guy, now we're turning left. This is Walenta Ridge Road. All right. Look at how dark it is back here. And this is at like 10:30. Now, there's some lighting in the background. And there's what's always blurred out right over there to the left. That's the spot on Google Guy that's always blurred out too. All right, but we'll keep going. And yeah, I kind of do a couple loops. So this is the back road, one of them. And I think I turn around and go back towards the property again from here. What's up, down? Front. Yeah. Oh yeah, it'd be very challenging to speed away on these roads. The dark, that's why I'm saying that. Like even when you'll see me leaving the crime scene, I can show you that too at night, or even it's probably better in the daytime, but it's probably better at night actually, because you'll see what I'm saying. You can't see any cars if they're coming up Queen Road. So if you're leaving the crime scene at a high rate of speed, turn that corner, number one, you might slam your ass into the dumpster, the telephone pole, or apartment building. And number two, you ain't going to be able to see anybody coming up Queen Road, so your ass might get T-boned too. You might get T-boned too. There's no way. There's no way I would. You'll see what I mean. To drive out of there at a high rate of speed, you're out of your fucking mind. Like, because what would happen if somebody T-boned you or you slammed into a dumpster and then your tire came off its rim? Then all of a sudden you have all the crime all over yourself? You know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to take an opportunity to fucking even squeal where somebody notices and wakes up and looks out the window and sees your plate number. Well, this person squealed at the time the crime took place. No, you're not going to do that dumb shit. You're not gonna create attention to yourself because you're trying to get out of there and you're trying to get away from the crime. Why would you do anything that would create a distraction that then focuses on you? It makes absolutely sense whatsoever from how the person supposedly left the crime scene, the tire tracks, or the environment around it. Oh, this is the A&W. Now, this is supposedly one of the spots, the A&W, that caught Koberger going this. Remember the A&W? So that's the A&W right there. If you guys remember about the A&W, they always talked about the A&W since the beginning of the case. That was a focal spot, remember? That is, shout out to them. Oh my gosh. That was the best, and I'm not lying. That was the best meal that I had the whole trip. Was right there. And then I picked up a newspaper because that was the same day that the crimes took place, and I picked up a newspaper because I wanted to keep it for myself as well. So yeah, I remember going in there, having a great meal, getting that newspaper. Yes, I got root beer. Yes, I did. I just want to say shout out to them. And the whole community was beautiful, you know. The whole community. There's just some punk asses that were being dicks, but it's all good, you know. It's expected. It was like I don't remember it was like a loaded bacon cheeseburger melty type sandwich. I'd have to look at the menu to let you know, but it was tons of bacon and cheese, and it was like a melt type. Oh my gosh, yes. Okay, I need to get away because now now I'm hungry. What's up, Brett? Oh my gosh. I don't know what the name of it was because we don't have an A&W here. And the one back home in Akron closed like a long ass time ago. So I couldn't tell you what the name of the meal was. What's up, buddy? Well, we got the statements to go into after this. We're gonna read the University of Idaho statement. We're gonna read the Goncalves family statement. We're gonna discuss that too. You know, we would have talked about it last night, but you know, most of the team is ill, and I just wanted everybody. You know, I'm like, you know what? I don't care about. I'd rather not do a show and make sure the team gets rest because you know that everybody's been so sick the last couple weeks. And shout out especially to the mods for not even being able to be in the show because of COVID and sickness and stuff. And I just want to say nothing but prayers to the community members, some of my mods. I just hope you all feel better soon. And I know it's a really tough time. I go to the stores now and you see everybody wearing masks and stuff. And I just want to say, I hope everybody, gets better soon. Oh, I'm telling you, sure. Like, oh my gosh, it's so good. It's so good. And I was already like, if like I already love the scenery and the environment and the nature. I was almost talking myself to moving out there, even though I promised I'd never move anywhere that's colder than where I'm at, because I'm trying to get away from the cold, not get back to it like I was in Akron. And I was almost talking myself into like, dude, you should move out here, man. Go to school, because I would love to go to school and get a degree. I really would, for some kind of investigative work, seriously. But it was like, damn, it's so beautiful here, and it's so peaceful, and I love it. And A&W would be, and I'm gonna be honest with you, A&W would be one of the reasons I would be moving if I moved there, because I wouldn't move to Moscow. Because I'd probably want to go to Washington State University, honestly, and do their criminal curriculum. I always wanted to like go to school to be like some kind of lawyer or some kind of, something where you're always like, I just always been detail oriented. I always wanted to like figure out puzzles, and that's kind of why I'm doing what I'm doing right now. Well, if you're in that part of it, nothing half-assed. We see snow about 10% of the time. So we're good. But I want to, if I do move, I'm moving even further away from it. Trust me. Like, eventually one day I'm going to be on a beach or something, like I'm eventually going to make it down that way. But it's a process, it's a process. I'm making my way. It's just, I'm in between. Yeah, if you got a date, if you got an A&W, definitely go visit it, because I wish I could. And think of me when you go, because I wish I could have some. It was so good. I miss it. I miss Moscow. I miss Pullman. It was beautiful. It was so beautiful. I think I'm going to be driving by it again, actually. Yeah. Turning again. Let me see. Let me just scoot it up. Or wait, I think I'm getting to it on this part now. I just wanted to share that with you guys. Normally I just play like a little bit of it, and then I don't show a long clip, but why not? Oh, buffet. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to make me a new K-cup here. Did my fucking camera cut out? Son of a... This StreamYard, I don't know what's going on. They need to fix it. They come up with some updates, and they're not fixing this stuff. That's... At least I'm not getting muted now. Because I used to get muted all the time from frickin' StreamYard. It's actually been working pretty good. I'm able to switch, and it's not muting, and it's switching. All right, here's the heavy part, because we're going to be driving up to the back of the crime scene. I think this is the one where I take you through Linda Lane, where the Linda Lane footage was being recorded. I show you how tight it was going through the Queen Road apartments. There's another thing I want to show you guys that stuck out to me and that made me nervous driving through there as well. And then we're going to end up at the back of the property, and then I will end up showing you the difference between the light and the darkness. And this is with my headlights being on, okay? This is with my headlights being on, and you're going to see the difference. 28 degrees, oh my gosh, no. I just want to be in my hoodie all year round. That's it. I just want to be in my hoodie all year round. Wherever that is, that's where I want to be. I'm serious, Caddy. Wherever, a hoodie all year round. That's wherever I want to be. Wherever that is. I don't know. You tell me. So I've heard San Diego, but California is going to shit. So. All right, so I want you to see something. Now, see how all these vehicles are parked, right? And look at how, again, I'm going to back it up just a skosh. Look at how tight this road is. How in the hell are two cars supposed to fit? They're not. Every time I drove through, once I turned Rhea damn straight, bury me in a hoodie. Because it ain't going to matter anyway, because I wish to be cremated. So, yeah, put me in a hoodie, but I wish to be cremated. And my organs donated. I want to make sure my organs are donated, and then you can cremate me. All right, so see how there's like no room. There's no way for two cars. So as I'm driving up here, I'm sitting here going, how in the, what if a car? Okay, so I'm going the right way. I'm driving up this road. Okay, I'm going the right way because I'm looking at these cars on the left-hand side. Damn, it's tight in here. Look at how close I am to these steps and cars. But I'm going the right way, right? Because look, there's only one way in, obviously, and I'm going the right way because look at all the other cars and how they're parked. Keep that in mind in about 45 seconds. And thank you all for hanging out tonight. I appreciate it. Please hit like if you haven't yet. It's the free way to help. Here's where the Linda Lane footage was recorded. Okay. Now, this is the spot where straight ahead, I'm probably on Linda Lane's footage. All right, now I'm backing out. The slope is horrendous already. I'm nervous that, so I can imagine it. Now, look at the slope, people. Look at this slope. Look at how dark it is. You know how hard it would be to see? Yeah, I know. There's white sedans all over, Susan. Now, watch how tight it is here. Imagine 2 vehicles? No. Watch this. Oh, I almost hit that. Watch this. Now I got to sneak through here, right? Now, remember when I asked you guys, ticket number 117, thank you so much. Now, remember when I asked you guys to pay attention to the direction that the cars were parked in as we're going into the Queen Road apartments? Now, look at the direction that the cars are parked in because, right, if we're coming in Queen Road apartments the way that we came in, that's how you come in, right? So how do you leave? So when I'm leaving, watch. What the fuck? The cars are parked like you're coming in the other way. What? So, and then in my mind, I'm going every single time I'm going, whether it's day or night, I'm saying to myself, dude, what are you gonna do if there's another car coming your direction? Now here, I could have probably skeeted by a little bit. All right. It's probably the widest part in the whole freaking area. But look, is it really that wide for 2 vehicles? No, it's not. Now I'm going to show you the part of how dark it is back there. Okay. Now look, I have my headlights on. Now, you all know you've driven at night with your headlights on. You know how much it illuminates everything else. All right. Watch. There's the green car. The green car is about to park where the blue car is, okay? Normally, I was parking where the blue car is. This footage, the green car parked there, so it's got slightly off. Now watch. Just look. I'm going to pause it right there. And you can also see that Chrysler 300 straight ahead. It was always parked there every single time that I went there for footage, by the way. And so was the ladder, if you're joining us late. Look above my headlights. Okay, now I'm going to switch to the next video. and we're going to show you the rest of that. Oh, come on, screen share. Okay, this is what it looks like at night. So see that dark spot to the right? See that dark spot to the right where there's nothing there? It covers the bottom. Okay, so split your screen up in 3, going vertical. 3 halves going vertical. The right third of the screen is where 1122 is. See that lit up house that's way in the back, in the background? That's your Sigma Chi. See the lighting? If you go towards the left middle, you got the very, the windows you see lit up at the very top of what you see lit up, that's Sigma Chi. You go straight down, that's 1119 King Road. You go to the right, that's the properties to the right. You see the windows that are at the very bottom of the bottom left part of the screen? That's 1118 King Road. So that's why I show you guys the daytime, because it's so hard to show you guys the nighttime. So just imagine, okay, when I take you back to this, imagine you're seeing this house. Imagine you're seeing the screen doors and you're seeing the windows. You can see inside of them, and as you're sitting here, who can see you? Nobody. And you know what I'm going to do is maybe I'll take a screenshot of this here. And then I will fill in my own frickin' windows, and you guys can see where the windows should have been. But I'll do that at another time. But just imagine. You can see, and this is just my camera. This is not your actual human eye that can see to the left, to the right, to the forward. You know what I'm saying? You can definitely see, I could see the patio from the vehicle. I could see the patio. I could see 1126. I could see somebody walking up. I could see if somebody was walking up the side of the property to go into the bottom sliding glass doors. I could see it all. And when you imagine those windows and those doors lit up and you can see everything taking place, and you're sitting back here and you're in this dark spot that doesn't even have a street light or a parking light or any kind of light to illuminate the parking lot other than your own headlights, and you can see anybody coming your way to another vehicle and have at least 2 minutes to do whatever you need to do, whether that's duck, hide, put away whatever, equipment, whatever. You know when somebody's coming and they don't know that you're sitting out there. What's up, Tech Death? Thank you, Mary. I know I'm not that big of a voice out there in the true crime community, but if any of you are bored sometime and you're new to the show, just go to my video section, and there's plenty of short videos that I bring up a lot of shit. And a lot of people talk shit, but it is what it is. All right. So we played that Steve G. We're going to go to the University of Idaho statement here. Give me 1 second. And we can go back to any of those videos any other time you want to. All right. So here is the University of Idaho statement. I apologize if it's a little hard to read. Let me switch my screen for you. And thank you all for hanging out tonight. Yeah. I watched cuz I don't watch TV shows. I watch documentaries. Those are like my TV shows or documentaries about whatever. I just love documentaries. I watched a documentary on Anne Heche a couple days ago. And I read about how the hospital kept her on life support until they were able to find all suitable donors. And that's exactly, and I got to thinking in the back of my head, and I was like, there's so many other ways that you can pass. And I hope the day that I pass, what's up, Heather? I hope the day that I pass, that I can have that opportunity to be able to, I hope that I have that opportunity when I pass to be able to be put on a machine and people are able to find suitable donors as well, because I'm not going to use them anymore. So why not give them to somebody that can, is how I look at it. All right. So University of Idaho, King Road house access given to Koberger Defense. Demolition set for December 28th. Moscow, Idaho, December 14th, 2023. This just came out a couple days ago, and I apologize. I'm only working on one screen, so when I read documents and I read anything like this, hold on 1 second. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I didn't see this. Sorry, Silky. I'm sorry, Silky. That was at like 3 hours ago. Shit. Teams representing the defense for Brian Koberger will access the King Road House today and tomorrow, Thursday, December 14th, and Friday, December 15th. The defense asked the University of Idaho in November for access to the house in December as they prepare their case for a trial, the date of which has not been set. And thank you all. If you all have to hop off, I totally understand and appreciate your company. I know it's getting late. I'm going to be going late tonight. Definitely come back for the replay. The house was given. Following this, the university will prepare for demolition of the house. Demolition will begin at 7 a.m. on Thursday, December 28th, and it may take several days to completely clear the site. Media instructions for viewing the demolition are found below. Let me throw this up here because I do appreciate you all. So it continues to say that the house was given to the university in early 2023. It is the site where U of I students Ethan Chapin, Zaner Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonzalez were unalived. It has been the intention of the university since being given the house to demolish it. Well, you've made it very clear the whole time, Moscow University, and I didn't know it was up to you. I thought it would be up to LE. No, it is the grim reminder of the heinous act that took place there, President Scott Green said. We know that. That's why it doesn't look good for you. While we appreciate the emotional connection some family members of the victims may have to the house, it is time for its removal and to allow the collective healing of our community to continue. I want to say that is, and I wasn't able to say this the other day, but I want to say it now. And I want to say, Mr. Green, that is one of the most shallowest fucking comments that I've ever seen anybody write to a grieving family. That is some of the most shallow shit. While you appreciate the emotional connection, the fuck you do, because if you did, you would have never said it is time for its removal. And to allow the collective healing of our community. Oh, you mean the 2% that's in your damn boardroom meetings? The 2% of the community that's you doesn't want this to impact? When everybody else, I don't care if there's one frickin' family that says they don't want it demoed, you don't demo it, you shallow motherfucker. It's time for its removal. You couldn't be any more shallower than that. How removal? That's your fucking word. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Although we appreciate the emotional connections, it's time for its removal so me and my board staff can continue to heal my ass. And they're gonna in this please, everybody, if you have a voice out there in the true crime community, or if you're even interested in politics or shady deals, please talk about the University of Idaho Phoenix deal and expose it for what it is. Because like I said, we've already done our petitions, we've done our emails, we've done our calls. It ain't gonna do nothing. It's there's nothing that we can do. We're at the point. Another petition isn't gonna do shit. We're at the point where it has to be the community, everybody. And I hate to say this, I really do. Because I've always felt that if we work together, unfortunately, that hasn't taken place because there's a lot of jealousy out there. I always said if we work together, we could make sure that this doesn't happen. I'm sorry, everybody. Another petition's not going to do anything if the first petition didn't do anything, because history repeats itself, everybody. History repeats itself whether we like it or not. And I hate to say it, but the only way, emails ain't going to work, calls ain't going to work, petitions ain't going to work. The pleas from the families ain't even working, people. The only thing, and I hate saying this because it's a lot of pressure, and I know that the position that they're in, because it's such a small community and there's a lot of influence, and I hate even saying this, but it's the truth. They have to be the ones. We've done all that we could have done. And unfortunately, because people didn't want to be about the peace, positivity, and progress and doing it together as a community, instead of using their energy to create distance between all of us that are trying to find the answers anyway, people's own egos got in the way of this community being able to have justice when it came to the demo, okay? And it's a fact. And that's why we need to keep being about the community and about doing it together, because this is a prime example. Because it shouldn't be left to this community for this shit to happen. And unfortunately, it's at that spot. When one petition didn't do it, another one's not. The university wants this thing down. Go to my old video. I explained it to you how it's a business decision. I lay it out. I drop the facts. It's what's taken place. They have to stop it. And instead of us trying to put a digital signature, no, I want to say anybody out there in the Moscow community, please email me, DM me, contact me, use my damn show as a voice. I don't care. Use your damn show use this damn show as a voice for you. We've been doing everything that we could do. The university is too powerful. But you know who has more strength than any of us people? Is them. Because they outnumber the university. They outnumber the university. And if you have a whole community that's sitting there saying, no, this isn't happening, University of Idaho. I'm sorry. We love you. We support you. We're vandals for life, but we can't accept this demo. That's what needs to take place. Any of you from Moscow, you want to use this show to say that shit, use it. We've done everything that we can frickin' do. Unfortunately, this is a lesson for the true crime community on YouTube and everywhere else. We gotta work together, because if we would have, this house wouldn't be demoed until the trial's over. The community, please, community, Moscow community, reach out to any of us. Reach out to Sleuthy. Reach out to Lena. Reach out to Harsh. Reach out to anybody that has this huge fucking voice out there. I don't care. I'm not even saying come to my show. It's not about views. I'm just saying I will be a damn platform for you to get on here and say the shit that needs said for your community. Go to somebody. Create something there. Have a protest, Moscow. Have a protest. You see protest about all these other countries and all these other freaking areas. Have a protest. Tell the university, we love you. We are vandals for life. We can't accept this decision. I almost wish I knew that this shit was going on right now. And any other creator that's going out there, any other creator that wants to go out there or is able to, because I'm sorry, I love it. The shit cost me like $3,000. It was quite a bit for the trip. So I that's one spot I can't just drop my damn bags and go fly out there and rent a vehicle for another week, all right? I don't even care to be the one that anybody, a true crime content creator, if you're able to go out there, if you're going out there, please go to the people. Get a protest going. Start it now. Gather people. Go talk to the community. Get a protest going. Set it up before it even is the 28th. Set it up for Wednesday. Set it up for Thursday, Friday, Saturday, whatever day. It has to be done before Christmas. It might have to be done on the day of the 28th. Anybody with an availability out there, please. Take this idea, please. That's what has to happen. Even if we're the one person out there leading with the sign, at least we are the person out there that they can have comfort to hold up another sign behind you. Unfortunately, we're in a spot they have to be the ones. We can still be there to help. We can still be there to lead the way. We can still be there to be the voice. We can still be there to be the one talking. We need you. We need you behind us. Any other content creator. Because I know I'm not going to have a bunch of money just dropping down, because otherwise I'd be like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going. Any content creator out there, even if it's JLR, bro, your ass flies everywhere. Fly to fucking Moscow, bro. Start a protest. Gather the community. Get them together. Be the one out there in the front holding the sign and the microphone and the camera saying, hell no, demo is no go. Hell no, demo is no go. I really wish I could. Somebody, please. Even if it's for Steve G. You know, JLR, you took a buddy shot with Steve G. Do it for Steve G, bro. You're the one that's got the fucking money. You're the one that's got the availability to do it. You're the one that was out there with a bullhorn before. You know what I'm saying, bro? You're the one that's got the availability to do it. Maybe you're already going out there. I don't know. But, bro, come on, man. You were there taking a selfie. Who else has a selfie with Steve G, bro? Who else has a selfie with Steve G? Somebody needs to. I've already spent my $3,500 for the trip out there to try and be there because I was at the vigil and I wanted to be there when everything exactly a year later. But I mainly wanted to be there for the vigil, okay? I wanted to be there in person because this case is very important to me too. You know, JLR's been the only one with the selfie. Come on, JLR. Go back. Talk to Steve. You just saw Steve on Ashley Banfield. Please, bro. Please. Go kick it with Steve. Set up a protest, man. Get this community involved. Stop this shit, bro. I don't care who it is. I'd be doing it if I was able to just drop a few grand and fucking go out there again. You know what I mean? I would. That's what I'm fucking here for. That's right, Katrina. Hell no, demo is a no-go. That's what they need to be out there. I don't know. Who knows, man? Maybe I need to go buy a lottery ticket tomorrow. And then who knows? Maybe I'll just be blessed and, you know, I'll just be blessed and I can just go, you know what? Fuck it, I'm going. Because, you know, I already have my gear bag is already packed. It's always packed in case I need to hit the road at any moment. I'm ready to hit the road, except for a shower and putting the clothes in the suitcase. Maybe I need to go buy a lottery ticket. I don't know. I think they already had a drawing tonight. Well, whenever the next drawing is, I don't know. I don't give a fuck, man. Somebody. When you look at this man's face, when you look at that man's face and you hear the words that he said, and you hear how he's crying, and I'm going to take you to that Brian Enton tweet because he had a great tweet about Steve G and what was said. Especially if even one family. I'll go, however, but you got to understand it's the only way I would go up there is from a flight. I drive everywhere that I go. Because I don't like flying. I'm afraid of flying, but I dealt with 5.5 hours of flying each way just to get to Idaho because it was going to be too dangerous weather-wise to drive. I was actually going to drive. The only reason I didn't drive there was because I got pretty much COVID before my trip, and I had to delay my trip 3 weeks. And so that in turn made me have to fly. No, they're not allowing drones to fly over during the process either. Oh, poor Steve, man. All right, so this is Brian Enton's tweet. And it says, this is so hard to read, everybody. This is so hard to read. I feel so bad. Whoever's got the opportunity to go out there, please get a protest going for this demo. Our calls, our petitions, our emails, they already did what they could do. We need somebody there to be able to have them be able to stand behind. I need to figure out a way to get out there. It's like screaming into a void. This is so sad. It's like screaming into a void. Nobody is listening, and everyone's telling you how sorry they are for the decision, but the family's opinion isn't a priority. Community, you have to stand up. Gosh. It's hard when you got to think about the future and you got to think about your home, and I wish I could just say fuck it and go, man. It's hard even. It's hard even reading this. It's like screaming into a void. Nobody is listening, and everyone's telling you how sorry they are for the decision, but the family's opinion isn't a priority. Idaho victim Kaylee Gonzalez family reacts to house where unalivings happen being torn down before trial. Statement. Is he in here still? Are you in here, AR? Reach out to me, man. Reach out to me. It's hard to read this. Statement on behalf of the Gonsalves family. I think I'm gonna, oh my God. I might just do something fucking crazy and just go. I gotta think about this. I have to. I just can't. Let us ask this. Isn't it better to have the King Road house and not need it than need the house and not have it? That has been our question to the prosecution in the University of Idaho for the first entire time the demo of the King Road has been an issue. But why is it even up for a discussion? This is one of the most horrific crimes in the history of Idaho, and the University of Idaho wants to destroy one of the most critical pieces of evidence in the case. And it is also important to make note that there is now a demolition date before there is even a trial date set. This alone speaks volumes, and yes, it does. It is obvious from the two recent visits to the house, both by the prosecution and the defense, that there is still evidentiary value in having the King Road house still standing. There may be additional discovery by either party that prompts one side or the other to go back to the scene of the crime. There has always been a dialogue about their 3D imaging, or they are building a model to replicate the home, etc. First and foremost, what a waste of state money and resources, and secondly, nothing replaces the real thing. Jurors are notoriously unpredictable, and they tend to make decisions on a variety of facts and circumstances. It would be foolish of us to try and foresee what they will want or need to make a just verdict in this case. The family has stressed tirelessly to the prosecution and the university the importance, quote, evidentiary and emotionally, unquote, that the King Road house carries, but nobody seems to care enough. It's like screaming into a void. Nobody is listening, and everyone tells you how sorry they are for the decision, but the family's opinion isn't a priority. Victims' families have a voice and should be heard and listened to. And I just want to say, Steve, I want to apologize on behalf of those in the true crime community that put their ego and selfishness ahead of the community, the victims and the families, when it came to especially this part. I'm proud to say that any show that I have ever made on this platform has always been about that, about community, even though there's been other people in the past that have spoke ill. I still try to preach community, peace, positivity, and progress. I've always, since the first day, my first show, I've always been about that. And I want to apologize on behalf of the whole true crime community, because if some of those egos and selfish reasons didn't exist, sir, we would have been able to accomplish that for you and your loved ones in your community. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. Unfortunately, it's a wake-up call for the true crime community that we do need to work together. And unfortunately, we are in a position where, like he's saying right here, and this is after all the emails, the calls, and the petitions, the family has stressed tirelessly and this is after all of that, everybody. The family has stressed tirelessly to the prosecution and the University of Idaho the importance, evidentiary and emotionally, that the King Road house carries, but nobody seems to care enough. It's like screaming into a void, and he's talking about the people that can actually stop it. Nobody is listening, and everyone tells you how sorry they are for the decision, but the family's opinion isn't a priority. Victims' families have a voice and should be heard and listened to. And that's why I'm asking any content creator that has the availability and the opportunity. I don't think it's going to do anything. That's why I'm saying that's why I'm saying it goes beyond emails, calls. It's beyond that point now. It's beyond it. It's beyond the point, because if the calls and the emails and the petitions mattered, then Steve wouldn't have made that last paragraph. Okay? Do you see where I'm coming from? Do you see what I'm saying? That's why I'm saying forget this shit. That's why I'm saying any content creator that has the funds and the availability to go out there and get with Steve G and get with the families that want to stop this demo and get with the community and rally together, because that's the only thing that's going to happen. That's why I just apologized to Steve on behalf of the true crime community. Because that's the point that we're at. Because if we were all about community in this freaking community instead of ego, this wouldn't be a position where the community has to step up. It would already be not happening until trial, because we are that strong together. That's why I apologize on behalf of the community. Because if people weren't so up their own fucking ass, we could have done it. This community wouldn't have had to be in a position where they needed to stand behind one of us in a freaking protest. It would have already been done. And that's why I said I hate saying it, because we're at that point. But I'm not here to bullshit anybody in a boardroom. And I'm not here to bullshit any of you. And sometimes the shit I may say may seem a little rough around the edges, but you know what? It's the damn truth, and it's reality. And I feel bad that community is in a position where they have to do this, because they're in a community where there's so much influence. You know how hard it is for anybody in that community to feel comfortable to do that already? And if some of these people out here didn't have their own heads up their own asses, we could have did it together and it would have not even been happening. The university wouldn't have had the power to sit there and have some shitty ass comment and say, well, guess what? While we appreciate the emotional connection of some family members of the victims, it's time for its removal. How dare you, sir? How dare you? How dare you? I wish this shit was happening when I made my trip. I swear. I have to think about the next few months, everybody. It's not, trust me, I'm not rolling in, that's why I only work on one screen. That's why I don't have a soundboard. That's why all this shit, because I'm working with what I have right now, and I'm trying to think about the next few months. All right. I can't just go boom. You know what I'm saying? Because I just did the boom a few weeks ago when I went out there for a whole week. That's why I'm asking. I know there's YouTubers out there that are rolling in the fucking dough, that can drop the money for a plane ticket and drop the money for all this shit, and they already have inside connections with Steve, and so they can, you know what I'm saying? I've never been about the one being first. That's why you hear booms that took place. That shit already happened. Oh yeah, we done talked about this 7 months ago, people. I'm not worried about it because to me it's about the community getting truth and justice. I don't give a shit if another channel that has a bigger audience wants to claim something as a boom when it's already been discussed fucking months ago, and it's a pop balloon. You know what I'm saying? It's a popped. All the air done, we already done discussed it. Air's done taken out of it already. You know what, detective? I already went there before, and I've already made like certain connections, small ones. You know what I mean? That's why I said when I was out there, it's not the last time I'm going back. I'm not this last time that I went, damn straight, with the threats I was getting, with the messages of watching out for this person and this vehicle and this plate and all this other shit, and then you know what I mean? I get it, I understand. But then as I'm around them and I got to talk to them, I'm a cool motherfucker. I'm not sitting there trying to fucking be the first to drop a bomb. You know what I'm saying? I'm the one that's there for your comfort, number one. Whatever that may be. This next time that I would go, whenever that is, the next time, no, I ain't worried now. I ain't worried like I was this last time. Not at all. I've experienced, I already know, and that goes with even like the environments and stuff, now I know that it gets crazy ass fucking foggy at a certain time every night, and I know I need to make sure that I'm doing my discussions or footage during this times, so that way I'm not driving around putting myself, there's all sorts of things that I learned on this last trip that is going to do nothing but produce more confidence. And I'm just saying, somebody, I don't care, I don't need to be first, and they can sit there and claim that they had I don't give a shit, dude, as long as I don't care. The one thing, the reason I do what I do, and the reason that I just want the truth and justice for whoever it is. Because if I was in their position, and that's why I laugh at these people that are like, CJ don't have a degree. I don't give a fuck. You know how much watered down a criminal justice degree is, everybody? It's one of the degrees that was pumped so much from the University of Phoenix Online. Why do you think most people can't get a job from a criminal justice degree? Because it was so oversaturated. So who cares if I don't have a degree? I don't give a shit. It matters to a lot of people out there, I guess, because I don't have a degree. I don't have any intelligence on talking about anything. Well, I'm sorry you feel that way. But just because you saw Michael Jordan on the grand stage doesn't mean that there wasn't anybody better that didn't make it to the NBA. You know what I'm saying? Just because you saw Michael Jordan perform doesn't mean that there wasn't somebody else out there that was performing and could perform way better. They just didn't have the opportunity to do what others were able to do. Oh, fuck. So keep your shit and your opinions when it comes to my intelligence to yourself. It's ridiculous. All right, so now we're going to get to the next. Give me 1 second. Woo! We're having a night here tonight. and I appreciate you guys and your support and hanging out. Let me see if there's any breaking going on real quick. I do check that from time to time, see if there's any breaking news real quick. If not, we're going to go into the next video here. We're going to show some of the news clips of Ann Taylor and everybody kind of showing up, just some local news stuff. And like I said, whatever we don't get into tonight and whatever comes out over the next day and a half of Idaho4, we will be back Monday night. We got 2 OJ shows tomorrow, 1 members only, 1 for everybody. And then Monday morning, we're going to be talking about another case. And then Monday night, we will be back on Idaho4. Give me 1 second. I'm not seeing anything breaking. All right, not seeing anything so far. All right, so let me get to the next round of videos. Okay, let's see here. So that was Steve G. All right, so now we're going to be going to some local channels and some law and crime too, talking about the demolition. Again, thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out. I appreciate you guys, and I'm so glad for any of the new subs or members. Thank you so much for giving the show a shot. And if you haven't subbed, I hope I earned it. But I do appreciate your company, regardless. All right, next video is from 4 News Now.
At the end of the month, the house where 4 U of I students were killed will be demolished. Thanks for joining us. I'm Derek Dice. The teardown will happen over winter break when the university says it will be the least disruptive for students. Our Jordan Smith was in Moscow today and spoke with students and community members about this decision.
This decision was well thought out by the university. They believe that the removal of this house is a crucial step in helping the community move forward in the healing process. It was a quiet day in Moscow. The campus fairly empty as students wrapped up the last day of finals before departing home for the holidays. And when those students return a few weeks from now, this house that has become nationally recognizable will no longer be here. I spoke with a few students and a few community members today, all of whom preferred to speak off camera.
Right.
I asked them all if they felt like...
And that's what I'm saying. I wasn't even a local, like what I was saying on Andrew, like I go there and I talk to these people and it's about their comfort. How come you didn't want them to be on camera? How come you didn't want them to be on a recording? How come you didn't want to pressure them to give you information about if the students knew at 8:30? Because I wanted their fucking comfort. Because it wasn't about having a voice clip. It wasn't about having a video clip. It wasn't about a view or anything. It was about their comfort in knowing what they were feeling. I said, I want to be the damn ear for you. They're not even talking to the local news. That's why we should have done this together, because look at the position that they're put in now. Because some people wanted to have their own heads up their own asses instead of being about community. It's horrible. They're so damn scared to talk. I said it a month ago when I went there. How scared are they going to be to have to stand behind a picket line just to have something be done that
It was a quiet day in Moscow.
The poor
campus
community.
Fairly empty as students wrapped up the last day of finals
Oh,
before
the poor
departing home for the holidays.
man.
And when those students return a few weeks from now, this house that has become nationally recognizable will no longer be here. I spoke with a few students and a few community members today, all of whom preferred to speak off camera. I asked them all if they felt like this was the
At
best
least
decision
he got
moving
audio.
forward. All of them felt like it was.
At least they got audio. At least he had a news TV station on his microphone and a vehicle that probably had his decals plastered all over. I just had a rental and I had my gear in my backpack and my hoodie and my hat. You know what I'm saying? I totally understand. Totally understand. This poor community, man. This poor community.
At least for the most part. One student who lives less than 20 yards from the
Somebody
house says
start
he
a
passes by it
protest.
3 times each day going to and from class. It's become a part of his daily scenery. And
Don't
1 year
rely on
later,
a petition.
he almost doesn't notice it. But
It's
between
got to
the
be a
boarded up
protest.
windows, police tape, and 24/7 security, he says the university's decision to tear down this house is a positive thing. And I spoke with another community member who shared a similar sentiment. He lives right up the hill from this house, and he tells me he sees students doing a pretty good job of carrying on in their day-to-day lives. He still hears partying and seeing students staying active.
So then what's the problem, university? Then what's the problem? Because you're saying that you need the community to heal. I've already done told your ass. You could barely see it unless you're driving down Taylor or you're kicking it at you're on Nez Perez Drive and you're driving by the front door of Sigma Chi. Misha girl, I mean I hope, but I'm sorry, you're talking about 12 days and then you're talking about holidays. That's why I'm saying any YouTuber that's able to go out there and frickin' fly out there and meet up with Steve G and frickin' set up some kind of protest. I'm sorry. I love the gesture of the protest, but or of the petition, but come on. No, we're at a point we have to be there. Somebody, the true crime community that's able to, please go sit down with Steve G, set up a protest. This thing has to be a protest. It has to be in front of the house. You got people standing on the freaking highway in Los Angeles protesting for another fucking country, but we don't have anybody standing there protesting for this house. I'm about to fucking cry for Steve, man. To imagine what he's thinking right now, tonight. He's got to be sitting out there. He's probably sitting out there by himself trying to think, going, what the fuck, man? When the right thing in this world is always supposed to happen. When the right thing is always supposed to happen. Feeling defeated. Sitting there going, asking himself, what else could I have done? Nothing, man. Asking himself what more he could have done. He's already done so much. When all he wants to do is do the right thing for his baby girl. When all he wants to do. I don't have, Danny, I don't have to be the one. I don't have to be the one. Somebody. I don't have to be the one. Somebody. Don't depend on a petition, people. It's too late. It's too late. It's too fucking late. Somebody's got to go. And somebody reach out to your favorite podcaster, reach out to your favorite true crime channel, reach out to the one that has the biggest voice. If any one of them cares about this case and has the availability, get your ass on a fucking plane. Get your fucking ass on a plane. This is fucked up, man. This is so fucked up. And for him to have to even spend one night questioning, and I'm not speaking for him, I don't know, I'm just putting myself in a father's position of a baby girl. And if I was sitting there and this shit was happening, I would be the one sitting outside by myself, beating myself up, going, what else could I have done? You know, if I wasn't pissed off at the president of the university yesterday, I sure as fuck am pissed off today. I sure as fuck am pissed off today. What a condescending statement. It's time for its removal. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch.
And he does tell me that this decision by the university is
You
helping
son of a
everyone
bitch.
take another step forward together. In Moscow, Jordan Smith, 4 News Now.
You greedy ass motherfucker.
Friday, the house on King Road stood much as it has for the better part of a year. Boarded up, quiet. Except for security posted outside. Though that won't be for much longer.
So we truly believe that it's time. It's time for the house to come down.
The University of Idaho now owns the house on King Road and says it'll be demolished December 28th. The university says this is a step forward in healing for students and the community.
I'm sorry, everybody.
The area where the house is located is very dense with students, and we wanted to do it at a time when they wouldn't have to be there
Fuck off,
to
lady.
be a part of that. And
This fucking lady pisses me off too. Fucking. This is the same shit as what the president's saying. Fucking bullshit
The
lies.
community.
the area where the house is located is very dense with students, and we wanted to do it at a time when they wouldn't
Thank
have
you,
to
Danny.
be
I
there
appreciate
to
that.
be a part of that. And so that fell to the winter break, making the most
Thank you.
sense.
Typically,
But
I
the family
appreciate
of
this.
Kaylee Gonzalez, one of the 4 students killed, is asking why demolition can't wait until after trial, though that date is still undetermined. In a statement,
I mean, for real, we all know JLR is the biggest one out there. You know, ask JLR. You know what I'm saying? Dude, you're the only one that has a selfie with Steve, bro. That's already one obstacle that you know? Come on, bro. Go out there and start a protest, bro. Please. Please.
the family said in part, "This is one of the most horrific crimes in the history of Idaho."
No, I
and
appreciate
the
it, Danny.
University
For real,
of
I
Idaho
do. I
wants
really
to destroy
appreciate
the
it.
most critical pieces of evidence in the case. The family says they have stressed to the university and prosecutors the emotional and evidentiary importance of the house. Quote, "No one seems to care enough. It's like screaming into a void."
The house
Okay.
is a daily reminder. We'll never forget. We can't forget, but we can heal. We can come together and we can begin to move into the next phase.
I don't know.
In October, the
I'm just saying, I don't know. I'm just saying any of them. You know what I mean? Even if I don't agree with them. You know, even if I don't agree with him. All I'm saying is he's the only one that has a selfie with Steve G. And when Steve G's fucking crying out and he's saying this shit, bro, put your shit aside. Go be there for fucking Steve and the families, man. You know?
The FBI took several photos and 3D scans of the house for prosecutors. The defense has also been seen collecting evidence inside, though not when Creme 2 was on scene Friday.
Generally speaking, it's a good idea to preserve the scene of a crime as much and as long as you possibly can.
Damn straight,
in case
man.
Issues arise during trial, or issues arise even after trial on appeal.
Boise-based criminal defense attorney David Leroy says sometimes juries will want to walk through a space, especially one as large and complex as the house on King Road. But in this case, he says, both sides have time and technology to recreate the structure.
Because we'll have diagrams and perhaps three-dimensional recreations, lots of photographs, lots of video, I would not expect the jury to be lost in the spatial relations inside the home in understanding the crime scene.
The university says clearing the site will likely take several days. Shannon Mowdy, Creme 2 News.
Taking a look at weather.
The house where 4
We got time. You know what I'm saying? It was I'm sitting there going, it's such a shady ass fucking thing that they're doing it on the 28th. It's a big FU to the defense. But man, it's 12 days counting holidays, so take out a couple days for that. You're talking 10 days, people. 10 days. The only thing that's going to help is a protest. I'm sorry. I'm not a downer. I'm not that type. I'm about the right thing happening. We don't have that time. We don't. And they don't. And Steve don't. And the families that don't want this property torn down don't have that time for a fucking petition.
University of Idaho students were murdered will be torn down after all by the end of the year. It's something at least 2 of the victims' families fought.
I knew in my heart what was best for those girls and Ethan. I knew what was best was to keep that around until they did more.
But the school now says the house...
Yeah, the school now says, Katrina, the couch is not gone. I didn't see it when I was there. I just saw the ladder. I think this might be old footage because when I was there, I just saw the ladder. The couch, I didn't see a couch by the back patio or by the fence where it used to be, where it had like a screen sitting next to it and stuff like that. I didn't even see that there, so I don't know. This might be old footage, but as far as I saw, I didn't see a couch there. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Detective. Oh, Megan Z. I appreciate that, Megan Z. And thank you for all the support that you've given. Just in the kind words in the comment section on the videos. Even if you can't contribute, just hitting the like and leaving a comment makes a big difference too. And so I just, and I appreciate that. And before that, I appreciate all the kind words and all the comments that you left on all the videos too. Thank you, Megan. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think this is old footage because there's that couch right there with the screen on it.
House is coming down. I'm Anjanette Levy. It's Friday, and this is Crime Fix. Law and Crime's look at the biggest stories in crime. It's been more than a year since Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin were murdered at the house on King Road. Police held the scene for weeks. often going back to the house to look at things or collect more evidence. Following the arrest of Brian Kohberger for their murders, the owners of the King Road house gave the property to the university, which is totally understandable. A horrific crime occurred there. Asbestos and other biohazards were discovered inside. Who would want to live there? The school wants to tear down the house, but Kaylee Gonsalves's family specifically wanted the house to stay around until after the trial. I broke the story of the family wanting the house to remain standing last June. Here's the Gonsalves family attorney, Shannon Gray.
Big piece of evidence that potentially a jury might want to see it. I mean, there's sights and sounds and viewpoints and angles. It's an odd shaped house where witnesses were standing, where, potentially the defendant was standing, locations, how you could hear something, how you couldn't hear it, if there was video or any other evidence outside, what was the vantage point of those videos, if they picked up audio or anything. So a lot of things I think are important about that home. And we've just stressed, just hold on, wait till the trial is over and then do whatever you want with the property.
And that's what should happen. Miley, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20 super chat. We all care and want justice. You have my support. And thank you for your support ever since you came in. You've always been about the peace, positivity, and progress and chat in the community. And I appreciate all that and all the kind words on the messages as well. And that goes for everybody as well. Like, even just being here, even if you're not comfortable typing, even just being here, being with us, I appreciate that. And I know we all do too, together. And right, Katrina. I mean, we keep hearing it. I wish we had time for a petition, and I'm not trying to be a downer, people. I'm just saying we don't have time. We don't. We gotta, whoever can, you know what I mean? Whoever. Please do it for the community and for them.
Now, after the outcry from the Gonsalves and Kernodle families, the university then changed course and halted plans for a possible October demolition. Then, soon after Kohberger, who maintains his innocence, waived his right to a speedy trial, prosecutors and the FBI actually went back to the house on King Road. At the time, the university said they were there to take measurements for audio and other trial exhibits that would be constructed. That wouldn't have been possible before with the tight time frame of a speedy trial. Now the university has announced that Kohberger's defense team was also being given access to the house so they could do their own work there, including taking measurements and getting some drone footage. The house will be torn down on December 28th. 2 days before the one-year mark of Kohberger's arrest. The president of the university issued the following statement. It is the grim reminder of the heinous act that took place there. While we appreciate the emotional connection some family members of the victims may have to this house, it is time for its removal and to allow the collective healing of our community to continue. So there you have it. The president of the university says the house is going to be torn down. And it sounds like the defense and the prosecution are totally on board with this. And somebody who would know about how important this is and what it means and whether or not it's the right decision is Bobby Chacon. He's a retired FBI agent and an attorney. And he and I have discussed this whole thing in the past, and we'll have more on that coming up on Law and Crime another time. But right now we're talking about it here on Crime Fix. Bobby, thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate it.
And that's what I'm saying, Detective. I knew they were going to do that shit when the FBI came out there and the university came out and said that they weren't going to demo it during the semester. And when we heard the date of the demo, it just makes sense. They think they're sneaky because that's what the defense has been asking for this whole time, is the shit that happened the same day a year ago. They think they're clever. They think they're smart. I've been calling out their shit this whole time. I've been telling them everything that they're going to do before they're doing it. I know, Shonda. No, I'm not gonna ask. No, I'm not gonna ask. No, no. That's why. No, I'm not asking for myself. I'm asking for anybody because it's not about me. It's not about me. It's about them. So whoever, you know what I mean? I don't. Yeah, I got the passion. You know what I'm saying? But I don't care. It's not about me. It never is about me. It's about just the right thing happening. And that's why I'm saying anybody that is able to, please, please.
It.
Sure, thanks for having me.
You know, the FBI, they went back there last month, I guess, and took some measurements and did some things at the house to prepare it for trial. Now the university says we're tearing it down. So what are your thoughts on, first of all, the university saying, indeed, we are going to tear this house down on December 28th?
Well, I know the reaction that most of the public is kind of feeling like, no, don't do that. Until we get a conviction, we can't, anything that's even possibly relevant to this case shouldn't be destroyed and things like that. But I can tell you, I was part of a forensic team on the FBI for 19 years, and they've gotten all the evidentiary value out of that house that they're going to get. They've got all the forensic value out of that house that they're going to get. There's not much more they can get. And I know there are some trials that allow the jury to go to the location. I've never been a big fan of that. I think that can be misleading. I think that in the courtroom is where you get the best evidence presented to you. I just got off a case where I was a juror for 5 months on a case where murder happened in a house. And we had both county and state forensics teams do examinations of that house. They provided us with sketches, with photographs, with video, and then the results, obviously, of their forensic examinations. And they walked us through the crime scene. Our case, the murder happened in the kitchen, and then there was blood in the laundry room. It all matched up with witness statements and other things. And so I think that the value that house holds has been sufficiently obtained by the prosecution, or as you stated, in this case, the prosecution wouldn't agree. If the prosecution thought they needed that to make this case, they would fight that destruction. They could try to get some kind of...
It doesn't matter when one of the... Dude, this is what people need to be saying on these freaking shows. I'm sorry, maybe it doesn't go with the status quo pro because I'm not into that shit. Let's be honest, Mr. Goatee. How about we say, if one of the families doesn't want it torn down, then anything that I just said, tan shirt goatee, means that none of it matters. Because as long as one of the families doesn't want it torn down, whatever you're gonna say doesn't fucking matter.
Evidentiary value out of that house that they're going to get. They've got all the forensic value out of that house that they're going to get. There's not much more they can get. And I know there are some trials that allow the jury to go to the location. I've never been a big fan of that. I think that can be misleading. I think that in the courtroom is where you get the best evidence presented to you. I just got off a case where I was a juror for 5 months on a case where murder happened in a house. And we had both county and state forensics teams do examinations of that house. They provided us with sketches, with photographs, with video, and then the results, obviously, of their forensic examinations. And they walked us through the crime scene. Our case, the murder happened in the kitchen, and then there was blood in the laundry room. It all matched up with witness statements and other things. And so I think that the value that house holds has been sufficiently obtained by the prosecution, or as you stated, in this case, the prosecution wouldn't agree. If the prosecution thought they needed that to make this case, they would fight that destruction. They could try to get some kind of TRO, some kind of injunctive relief to stop the university from doing that. But the prosecution realizes that they've obtained all the forensic and the other, even the eyewitness probably did a walkthrough of it. You know, the one eyewitness roommates that they have, I'm sure they did walkthroughs with the police and stuff. I think they've gotten everything they need out of that house, personally.
So just to be clear with our viewers and our listeners, when they take the jury on, you know, a field trip, if you will, I mean, they don't call it that, but they call it a jury view. When they take the jurors to the crime scene, they will take them inside. But, you know, there were some emails that came to light over the summer in which the prosecution and the defense had agreed that the house could go back to the university. They were like, okay, the university can have the house back. We've done all we need to do there. It sounds like there was like asbestos discovered there. There was also, you know, a lot of chemicals apparently were used to process this scene. So this is a highly contaminated environment, and they didn't feel like it was necessary to take jurors
It
in there
already
because
was highly
you can do what's
contaminated.
called these Pharaoh scans. You know, I've seen that in some trials where
I'm sorry, they're not going to let the FBI, the defense, the prosecution, ain't nobody going in there if there's any kind of biohazard shit going on. I'm just being real with you. I'm telling you right now, if the asbestos wasn't contained, ain't nobody fucking stepping a foot in that property. Ain't nobody stepping foot in that property, because you would have people all up in there going, oh, hell no, you ain't stepping it. No, not until this is cleaned up. So to sit there and act like there's biohazards and shit, no, there's not. It's already been done, cleaned out. That's why everybody else has had access. The jury has just as much access as the FBI, because I'm going to tell you right now, who are they going to let get exposed to a harmful chemical first? Not their own self. Not their own self. So if they're going in there, hey, when they have to, when it's the day of the crime, what are you going to do? Like say, hey, we can't go in there because no. But when the FBI goes in there, it's okay for the jury to go in there, please.
Where they scan the place. It's like this 3D thing, and they can capture all of these images, and then they can do trajectory stuff. They can do all this really fancy stuff. They can also design computer animation models. I've seen that in some trials too, where they basically, it's like a virtual tour of a house. And this is a really crazy shaped house with a third floor addition and everything. So that was the objection of the family in one instance. Like one of their attorneys said, this is a really odd shaped house with like these staircases and, you know, all these different places. And you might hear one thing in one spot, but not another. So what is your response to that, Bobby?
Well, I think you're right. I mean, back in my day, it was called an Icon Total Station, but it's whatever they're using, they do these laser generated, computer generated models. People have seen this in CAD and in architectural drawings. If you look on some of the real estate websites that you can do house tours through.
If you guys want to see the technology, we just covered it again a couple episodes back. I have it in the title. You'll see we showed the old stuff that they did a month after the crime took place, and then we showed you the stuff that the FBI used, and I explained the difference, and we went through it, and they each have their own benefits, and so they're both probably going to be used. Every city has tunnels. But if you want to see the difference in the technology, we covered it a couple episodes ago.
And stuff, and so the computer software is very sophisticated nowadays. You can almost remodel anything onto a computer that you can show existed in real life. Like I said, I don't.
What's up, Cindy? And I appreciate your opinion that the house is not needed, but to me, when one family member says that they don't, I think Steve brought up a pretty compelling response when it comes to why it shouldn't be. And I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't care what 3D scans. I don't care what drone shit they got. I don't care. Because as long as one family says that they don't want this torn down, you don't tear this house down. I don't care what the hell technology you got. Because what the hell is worth more than the parents' wishes? What is worth more than the parents' wishes? $3D technology is worth more than what the families are asking for? No, this is still the first show. I'm going to be ending the show here soon. And we'll be back tomorrow. We'll be doing the OJ25 2 times tomorrow. We got the new episode 3 coming out in the morning for members only. And then in the evening, we have a replay of episode 2 for all of you that are unable to have a membership. I wanted you guys to share in it too. So on Sunday nights, I'll just be joining you guys in chat and letting the previous episode play with whatever guest or whoever I have on. So I'll be sitting with you guys in chat. If you are a member, though, tomorrow at noon Central, 1 Eastern, we'll be doing our new episode 3 members only. Monday morning, I'll be covering a different case. And then Monday night, we'll be back to Idaho4. I barely even got through anything. So we're going to have plenty of more stuff to go through, even if something else doesn't come out in the next day and a half until then.
I think there's a great benefit. I don't think there's pretty much any benefit of keeping that house. I don't think they planned on doing a jury view of the house. And like that's done not in every trial, certainly. And there's different criteria in different states, and different judges use different criteria for when it would benefit a jury to see a house. I don't think, obviously the prosecution doesn't think in this case that that's going to be a great benefit to a jury in the future, or else they wouldn't agree to have the house, allow the university to destroy the house. Remember, the university owns the house. I mean, it's property of someone else. Something tragic and something horrible and evil happened there, but it actually is the property of someone else, and so they can.
Well, and you got to think about it like this. Yeah, there is a cost to all of it, and I totally understand it. But, Damien, if you were being convicted of a crime that you didn't commit, are you going to worry about what it costs for your freedom? I don't think so. We have to put ourselves in the position. I'm not saying the dude's innocent. I'm not saying he's guilty. I don't know. What I'm saying is there's a lot of questionable shit. And when there's questionable shit, there's usually a reason. Usually a reason. They're not going to let anybody else go in there if they don't let the FBI went in. Everybody else is good to go.
Do with it what they wish in the long term. And that's after the government and the prosecution and the police have.
Well, you got to understand, when you're talking about asbestos, usually it could be just in the attic, and maybe they didn't need to take anything out of the attic. Look it up. They're not, with the way that with the way that asbestos is, and all of the stuff that they've linked when it came to cancer, just as a lawsuit liability, they're not letting anybody walk in there, because anybody so many years down the road can say, yeah, I was exposed to this chemical when we went into this house, and then they're going to sue. I mean, it's a lawsuit liability. That's why they have regulators that make sure that people don't go past the boundaries of what they're supposed to go, because they want to limit the lawsuits as much as possible. That's why they have regulators out there. So they're not going to allow, especially the FBI, they're not going to allow any of them access to the property if they could get affected by it. Seriously. It's not happening. Now, the asbestos still may be in there, and it's probably contained if it is still in there, okay? Probably is contained. Otherwise, again, the FBI would not be able to walk in there, period. You're talking about a government agency. You're talking, they're not, period. I appreciate it. I appreciate all you guys for
have
all your
gained
different
every
views
piece
and your
of value of that property. And in this case, I'm confident in the prosecution position that they've gotten everything. The FBI went in there more recently anyway, with a team that I think did exactly what you alluded to. They did a computer scan, a laser scan of every inch of that house, of every little nook and cranny of the house, and those kind of things and stuff. And so I don't see it as a huge detriment to the successful prosecution in this case.
It'll be really interesting to see those exhibits when they are finished. I mean, it's amazing what can be done these days, and what can be done with audio enhancements. I mean, there are recordings too from Ring door cameras that are referenced in the probable cause affidavit, talking about hearing a thud and like a yelp and screaming and a dog barking. I mean, we may know exactly when somebody passed away and was murdered in this case due to that type of.
And with asbestos, yes, it can be contained, look it up, but also when it comes to the demolition, that's why it's going to take multiple days, because there are certain procedures and processes that you have to take when you're demolishing properties with asbestos as well. So whatever the process is, you would actually have to look up the state's regulations when it comes to the process of how to demolish a property that has asbestos in it. So they can keep it contained to allow people to go in there and do what they do. That's what, I mean, hell, they allowed people to live in there. So obviously it's contained. See what I'm saying? They allowed people to live in there. It's obviously contained. Now, when it comes to the demolition, you would have to, Grimer demolition? You would have to look up Grimer demolition practices when it comes to asbestos demolitions, and then you'd also have to look up the state regulators to see what they allow and what they don't allow. Because as far as we know, Idaho could be one of those states where when they demo it, they have to have tarps all around it. We don't know, and I'm not, we can do that in another show. We can look it up, but that's just how it goes with asbestos. It's been something that there's plenty of buildings out there since the 70s. Back in the 70s, it was it was a cheap way for effective insulation, and nobody really knew the effects of it. And then as there was remodeling and things like that and demolitions going on, that's when all the dust gets kicked up. It's when that dust when the asbestos starts to break apart. That's when all the particles, it's fine when it's solid, but when it starts to break apart, that's when all the pores start going into the air. And then that's when it gets into your lungs and into your respiratory system. And then eventually, you know what I'm saying? Your lungs lead everywhere else because it's oxygen, and oxygen goes throughout your whole body. So it's a very effective, unfortunately, in a bad way, it's a very effective disease. Yeah, from the 70s. It was a very cheap way to, and it's great insulation, right? If you look at the studies, it was a great insulation, but it was a very cheap way to insulate. And back then they just didn't do their homework. And unfortunately, like always, even to this day, you got class action lawsuits of drug companies coming out saying, hey, if you took this drug from this period to this period and you're suffering these symptoms, you might be able to be a part of a class action lawsuit. Please call 1-800 da 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 da. That's how it always goes. It's unfortunate.
Of evidence. The defense is going in there today, Bobby. And they were allowed in there yesterday as well. So the defense is being given access to prepare their case. They're doing their own measurements and getting some drone footage and things of that nature, right? I mean, I don't understand where they're going with that, but obviously they're probably going to want their own experts to refute or do whatever with whatever the state is producing with the FBI. So, I mean, what do you think is happening here as far as the defense perspective goes? I mean, they're going to go in there and take their own measurements. I mean, measurements are measurements. I mean, I'm thinking of a measuring tape, like a measuring tape's an inch is an inch.
I mean, they could have their own expert do a video walkthrough and say, based on the sounds, and they probably did a timeline based on the affidavits and everything else that's come out in court, of all the sounds that you just said were heard here and there. And they could do a video walkthrough by one of their experts and say, look, he couldn't possibly have been here and there and there. And so the government's timeline, the prosecution's timeline is couldn't have happened because our expert, and you can see our expert walk through this house on video, and we're going to simulate the sound here and that other sound there, and where the prosecution says the defendant was here and there. And so they could do a video walkthrough or something like that, a demonstration that they could make a motion to play for the jury later on. So, they could be doing something like that, but it's beyond just simple measurements, because they probably have the measurements that were taken numerous times, and in discovery they'll get, if they haven't already, all the results of the FBI's exams and the FBI forensic stuff. So my guess is, they've got all that. That's fine, but they're probably going to want their own expert to do a simulated walkthrough. They probably can, by the filings already, figure out what the prosecution might allege were the defendant's movements through the house, and they're going to try to refute that by saying, well, our expert did a walkthrough, and if he made that sound over here, he couldn't have possibly made the other sound over there because it's not enough time to get down this stairway.
Or if you're using 1112 audio in the PCA, for you to say that the roommates didn't hear what was going on, and you're out of your damn mind, because if 1112 Ring camera somehow picked up the audio, it was a hell of a lot louder inside the walls where the sound echoes first.
And of course, this room. So they're doing, I would imagine the defense is doing things like that they're going to do like some kind of demonstration on video that's going to then be played for the jury.
And finally, Bobby, this is a house that was a happy place for so many years, at least for the couple of years that those kids lived there. And it's now become just this kind of grim, macabre symbol of something so awful. And I'm sure there are people with not the best of intentions who go by there. There are people, they've had it under guard. I mean, even the university has had it under guard since they took possession of it. Do you think maybe that's the best thing to do, is to tear it down and move forward? Just because, I mean, I'm sure the university wants it off, they want it gone for certain reasons. I'm sure they have their own motivations, but also this thing could be like some crazy tourist attraction for people who just don't have the best of intentions. Do you think it's the best thing do you think this is the best thing to do, is just to get rid of it?
I personally do. And we've seen this in past cases. I mean, I think O.J. Simpson's house was knocked down, even though that wasn't the site of the crime. I mean, it was the site where he may have tracked blood from the crime scene, allegedly. So, I mean, we've had cases where, these horrific crime scenes have been either destroyed or significantly remodeled, so that you don't have those macabre gawkers come by. I mean, you could have like a tour. Somebody could, famous murder sites of Los Angeles, get in this bus and we're going to drive you by all these, evil places that evil happened and stuff. And there are people that do that, and it's unfortunate. And I think the university probably wants to head off something like that. I think it's appropriate, probably to put a memorial in that space. But the house itself, it just has a feeling of the macabre and evil. And I think that it's more appropriate to kind of, in my mind, and this is just my personal opinion, to knock it down and put up some kind of nice memorial to the victims where people can go and spend time in that place and remember, who these good people were and the bad thing that happened to them. So I don't think the house itself.
I don't know who this guy is because they don't even have a memorial. I showed you guys that in the University Power episodes. That's what started to piss me off because I just got back. Hopefully my camera, I'm sorry, StreamYard's. Hold on, let me try it again. Hold on. All right, there we go. Fuck, I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, that's the thing that upset me, because when I just came back from my trip and I saw the negative effects of a community that's not getting taken care of very well. And when I came back home and I saw that little video where the university was talking about, the memorial garden, and they wanted to show you like a 2 by 2 foot square with a rock and a little bit of sand, and it wasn't even where it was going. And they wanted you to, see the land. They showed you the grass lot that they were going to be, where they're going to be putting the memorial garden. And the crazy thing is it's going on their property, and they ain't even paying a damn thing. And the people that are bringing the sand and the rock and doing all the digging and the landscaping and all that, guess what? You think that's going to be paid for too? No. They've raised over 200 and some $1,000 from donations to build this rock memorial garden when it's on their property. They're not only rubbing the shit in the community's faces, but, the community is paying for that too. It is ridiculous, Deborah Lynn. It's one of the reasons it gets me so fired up when whether we're talking about the university's power or the shady ass shit that they're doing. And I'm going to keep talking about the Idaho Phoenix deal because they're not. Unfortunately, we went into a couple weeks ago. We went into the zoning meeting because there was questions about why it still remained 1122 King Road when it faces Queen, which is a great question. But a while back, we had went through the zoning and committee meeting when it came to all of that. And so we sat back a couple weeks ago, watched the whole thing for, before we just watched a little, we watched the whole thing on this episode. And I honestly think with how concerned they were with not having any water for another property development, and they were also concerned about parking, I wouldn't be surprised if this behind me becomes a parking lot. I wouldn't. When you listen to that zoning meeting, they're more worried about water than anything. And check it out. It's a couple episodes ago, maybe a week or two ago. You'll see it. It's a picture of an old video on the thumbnail, and it'll look like a meeting, people sitting at a table, and on the title, it's the zoning and committee meeting for the rezoning of what they did here behind me before, because we show the picture of what it looked like before, the garage in front of it and all that other stuff. And then we sat back and watched it. And you can see they're more worried about water than anything. And then the second thing they're worried about was parking. And those two things were more important than what even took place at this property here first. So you had to address the water and you had to address the parking before you could even address rezoning what took place behind me. That's why I'm saying when I'm thinking about those two things, they're probably just going to make it it sucks to say it. I hate it. I wish they would have a memorial there. Let's watch the zoning committee because it should be live, you guys. And if not, it's recorded and uploaded. So we can watch it if it ever happens. Yeah, what they're more about. I don't know, guys. All right, we're going to switch to the last video of the evening. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you. If you hopped in late, definitely leave rewind because we packed this whole show. 5 hours. Thank you for the company. I will see you 2 times tomorrow, 2 times Monday. There on out. Morning, night as well. Board. Here's a link to. I know we talked about the old inside looking, just in the beginning of the show. So if you want to see, this is a read through that we did on 1/1/23. If you want to check that out, that's when I did a whole read through of all that stuff. That was a topic of conversation earlier in the show. And then also, check out some of the video section. There's some highlights in there, shorter videos. I know that a lot of my lives are a lot longer. So if you're new to the show and you want to kind of catch up on some things from our community, there's a link for the video section. You can just go check out some of the short ones over there. So I'm going to switch to this. This is Brian Enton when he was on News Nation. Again, anything that happens with News Nation, because I do depend on the monetization of the videos for the production of the show. So there are going to be some parts, if you're on replay, you're going to see it come up, and this part's probably going to be clipped out because News Nation is the only nation station that you literally have to splice out their part, whether it's 10 seconds or 10 minutes. You have to splice out their part, otherwise they take all of the monetization. So I apologize in advance, but here is this part, and you can see where I'm getting it before I even play it. This is on Twitter. The other one's on News Nation YouTube. It's not like you can't watch it. So we're going to watch this one. This is with Brian Enton. He put out a post, and it's just very important. Please, somebody, content creator, if you got the availability to just drop a plane ticket and fly out there and start a protest, please do.
Brian Enton, he's been following the story, obviously, from the very beginning. He spent more time outside that house than I think anybody on this story. So this was a surprise. I mean, you just heard Caitlin and me talking about how surprised we both were. I'm sure you were as well. Any idea why now? Why so sudden? I mean, instantaneous. The announcement to the families, the announcement to the press, the
Thank you,
defense
everybody.
is in the same day for 2 days, and then within 2 weeks it's down.
Well, first of all, I think they got about a 2.5 hour heads up, the family. It was about 2.5 hours.
That's like the community when they got the heads up about the University of Phoenix, Idaho deal. It was under a non-disclosure agreement that whole time until 2 days before, and then they only got to meet for 90 minutes to make a decision.
They got the call, and then the press release went out.
It's horrible.
We all found out that there is an official date of December 28th. The timing is interesting. I mean, just a couple of days after Christmas sort of makes sense because students won't be there on campus. But I also wonder if they're thinking right between Christmas and New Year's, is that a time when, the media will stay away, when everybody's busy?
You know what I mean?
Kind of try to do this under.
No, it's because the defense has been asking this whole time for the connection between BK and his dad and how they got BK. October 31st, FBI shows up. I said, you know what? They're going to do it on an anniversary, y'all, as a PRFU. And they did it. They did it. The same exact day, a year to the day that they connected BK to his dad with DNA. What do you think the defense has been asking for and asking for? Like I said, it's the balloon. That's what it is. It's not just the regular one. It's one you got to put a little bit of effort into it.
The radar, perhaps that's the reason that they picked that time. But actually, I just want to remind you,
no, you know
the
why,
house
Brian.
is not in the middle of the campus.
We
It's
all
in a
knew.
neighborhood right next to the campus.
Halloween,
So
we
I
knew.
get that it's upsetting for the students and it's a distraction and it's hard to look at, but it's not like they have to walk by it every day in the middle
Exactly.
of the school. I still just don't understand why.
Exactly. And like I said, when you're there, look at all the trees behind it and the hills going up. And on the other side of the hill is the frickin' university. And when you're driving down, you can only see it from a small spot on Taylor. And you can only see it from a small spot on Nez Perez up at the front door of Sigma Chi. Give me a fucking break.
Why take the chance? Why not just leave the house up until the trial, like we've seen in other situations, like we saw in Parkland and all sorts of other cases we've covered? I don't understand. I just don't get the rush.
Yeah, it's hard one. I mean, and I remember when you gave us the tour and you showed us when you stood in front of the house facing us and then walked, opposite to the camera down the hill. you literally within 50 steps were at the fraternity houses and Ethan's fraternity house specifically. So while they don't have to walk by, I suppose they could look up and see it there. But I'm with you. It's always been, I'm surprised it's such a battle. I don't think the university wants to make money off the property. I don't think that's what this is about. But it sure is sort of a sad battle that this family's had to go through. The families have had to go through, and not all of them agree. The Chapins,
who cares?
They haven't joined the fray in terms of families that want to keep that house standing. They've sort of not weighed in either way, publicly, that is. But certainly the Gonzalez family have led the way with other family members saying, just keep it there. What's the rush?
What's the harm?
What if there's a mistake in some, like, here we are. Brian, how many times have we seen FBI or police or members of the defense team coming back in the last couple of months to, I don't know, do some extra work they needed to do?
Who cares?
Yeah, and who knows, they might need to do something else that they haven't thought of yet, or maybe the jury will want to see the house. Steve Gonzalez, Kaylee's dad, made a good point to me last month when I spoke to him about this. He said, if this stays in the county and they don't move it, and they're trying to find a juror who is unbiased, it could very well be a farmer. And to him, a farmer isn't going to want to see a 3D image or a computer view. They're going to want to go out and see the house for themselves. And they're saying, well, the inside is different, and it's been, there's been chemicals and you can't walk around. But even the outside, Ashley, I mean, maybe they're going to want.
Yeah, 1227, they collected the trash from Pennsylvania. 1228 is when they connected BK to his dad with DNA. 1229 is when the PCA was written up, and 1230 was when the arrest took place.
Want to stand on the street and say, what could you actually see from that window?
It's not a coincidence. That's why I said from October 31st when the FBI showed up, it's the latest video I put up. I play it for you. I went to the October 31st episode and I said it right there. They're going to do it on an anniversary of connecting BK. This shit is so predictable. I've been calling the court hearings the whole time.
Front to the back of the house, or what exactly does the road look
total
like
PR.
In that area compared to the house? I mean, they may not even have
Brian,
to go inside.
Let me ask you that, because you have a very unique ability to say, I saw the digital replications of the house before I got there, before you landed for the first time in Idaho and went to.
And to say F you, defense, because we're going to do it. We're going to start it on the same day that we used information that you keep asking for, and we keep telling you we ain't got it. Is that not the biggest FU? That's why I said it's an FU balloon, where you got to put some effort into it. It's not just a regular middle finger. It's the one you got to put some effort into it. You not only do it, the one day would have been the day that he was arrested. But that's that's the day to the day of the information that the defense has been asking for this whole time. That's why I said it October 31st. PR. It's what it's been about this whole time, is PR. It's so PR addictable. It's been PR addictable this whole time. Sometimes I wish I would have been
to that property. How different was
Sometimes
it
I
when
wish
you
I
got
coulda
there?
went to
What
college,
surprised you in person? Because you walked around the back, like you were taken all around the house, which other reporters haven't done. So you tell
Nina.
me how different it would be looking at a digital model compared to showing up there for the first time and getting the real feel.
It's a very unique house. It's the 3 stories. Part of it is into the ground. It's a very unique driveway. I mean, you see in the video here, it's this steep
I told you I was going to
driveway
be a
that
long
goes up
show
around the
tonight.
house. There's an apartment complex on one side. I mean, when I went, my first thought was like, it's just an interesting sort of little corner of this street that you can't
Right.
really visualize unless you're there.
Unless
and again,
you're there.
They may have.
Like I said, even though we were doing bird's eyes and Google guys and all this shit, I'm like, once you're there, I was like, whoa, this is fucking weird. I've been studying Walenta and Ridge how long? And when I got there, I got lost on Walenta and Ridge. like that's how fucking crazy it is once you're there. You don't understand until you're there. How compact in elevation changes from 1 foot to the next. It's like, whoa, where in the hell did I end up?
Questions. The jury may have questions about the outside. What could you hear if you were on one side of the house? Could you hear things? You know what I mean? Who knows what they might want to feel out.
And to tell me that somebody couldn't have lunged themselves up right there and climbed up and got through that sliding glass door that probably never gets locked on the 3rd floor. I'm sorry. Hello.
Out there. That's why I don't.
There were cinder blocks there next to the frickin' grill, people. There were 2 of them.
I don't understand it. I don't understand the rush.
If you're above 6 foot and you have a cinder block or 2, I mean, hey, who's to say you couldn't get up in that little 3rd floor frickin' balcony, right? As much as we heard they like to leave the door unlocked sometimes, well, do you think they're locking that screen door that's behind my head right there? No, they're not. And I'll end the episode with this. And again, thank you all for hanging out tonight. I appreciate you. Everybody that's new, thank you for checking out the show. I appreciate you. And trust me, the future collaborations, and we're going to have a bunch with Andrew D. Myers and Laney Law. The connection's fixed. So, I apologize about that. And I feel really bad about, it was just, I was in a situation where it was either, okay, use my internet that continues to drop until the cable company comes out and fixes it, or use hotspot, and I know it's always going to be on, even though it might be a little choppy. So I do apologize to them more than anything for that. And I'm glad that it's finally fixed and we don't have to worry about it anymore, because anybody that's been a part of the show for a while knows it's been a struggle that I've been dealing with for quite a while, and had plenty of people out to fix it, and it just never got fixed. But I think it finally is now. So, all right. Again, this is what it looks like in the daytime. You can see all of the windows, the left, the right, all of that. And this is what it looks at nighttime. Nobody would have been able to see you, and you could have seen absolutely every single thing that's going on in both sliding glass doors and both windows. And I'm telling you right now, it wouldn't have taken nothing, and I couldn't do it because of the crime scene tape, but it wouldn't have taken nothing to go chill in one of these evergreen trees and still be hidden, and even have a better angle inside that property. Because when you look at the bird's eye view, and you see that blue car, and you see all of these trees right here, you could literally kick it, and one of those trees have a shit ton of brush covering you. Oh, it's not showing it. Hold on. You could literally kick it, and one of these trees have a shit ton of brush covering you. And you could see inside that sliding glass window to where you could even see DM's door, the second room or second floor living room. And you could probably see who even went upstairs and who went into the other bedroom and who went into the second floor living room. I mean, you had all sorts of vantage points, and nobody would have seen shit. again, nobody would have seen shit. Thank you all so much for hanging out. I appreciate you. We'll see you 2 times tomorrow. OJ both times. First one's a live members only. Second one, I'm chilling with you all in chat. And everybody gets to enjoy episode 2 from last weekend. And we'll be getting back into some more stuff, more shows all throughout the week. Thank you all for your support. I appreciate it. Have a peaceful and positive evening. And I cannot wait to see you tomorrow. Peace, everybody. I appreciate you.